Hello and welcome everybody to the final day of action here at the World Ninja League World Championship Season 11 right here in the heart of North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina. Thank you so much for joining us on this, I think, sixth and final day of this wonderful event. My name is Lucas Harrison, joined here by Lucas Pine, and we will have Preteen Male Stage 3 coming up shortly.
I'd like to give a little background of this course. To get here, you to first qualify to stage 1, qualify to stage 2, 60% of stage 1 qualified to stage 2. Then to get to stage 3, which is this course, 70% of stage 2 qualified to stage 3. Now this is an endurance-based course. You will have, the timer will be going up instead of down, so there's no time limit. And there will be a couple of touch points, which are also considered rest points, where you'll have 20 seconds before you need to get off.
You can see the stages overall. We're on our third and final stage, as you mentioned, the endurance stage. And we've seen this course in many different divisions. Other than this one, we've seen how challenging it has proven to be.
Yes.
I think we'll get our demo run here going shortly.
Yeah, the demoers are just finishing warming up for this course. Because again, it still is a very challenging course, even for the demoers.
We'll have our infamous course tester, my favorite runner. I don't know why he keeps getting us qualified, man. I miss him.
Must be doing something.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he cheats or something.
Has like an earpiece.
Yeah. Nope. Oh, great. I've just found out that I left my card to get into my dorm building. So it looks like I can't go to my dorm building today.
Also, we have 3 action-packed waves for this preteen male division.
Yep.
And it looks like we are getting ready for the course demoer.
You can see our obstacles. We'll have the vertebrae, which is this thing that you can see right behind our runner. Then those staples. Looks like it'll be 2 staples back to back. And then we'll have that kind of rest bar in between. And then we'll have the chain links into the mic drop. And the swivel limit, which has claimed so many runs across, I think, every division. Then the iron summit cliffhanger, and then wagon wheel to the garage door, which when we get to that, we'll explain what that means.
And it looks like we are getting started with our demo run. Just asking one more question. About to run the course now. And he's off.
I can see, in contrast from different divisions, they don't have to use the, I don't know, like that gym kind of, I don't know what to call it, the thing you have to put into the vertebrae.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you can just use your hands.
Already went past the first rest point, which is that blue hanging bar. Already past the second. Now heading to the third rest point onto the vertical limit obstacles. Which are also swivel limits, because you'll see how they move here.
It's a very tough obstacle.
It's actually interesting how they move, having to put all your weight onto that one small cliffhanger while moving it with your other hand. It's like trying it again, just isn't able to hold on. Again, this is a very grip-intense course, very hard for every athlete that will be competing on it for today. And again, you're going right from obstacle to obstacle. The only rest points are on those bars and any other touch points in this obstacle.
And you can see they'll have to use the pegs to go in between. Can't grab into the black part. And it's out of play.
Yeah, and the only ending platforms are your start and finish.
Instantly have these cliffhangers, which has been a kind of a mainstay across our divisions.
Don't know why that's going off.
It's fine.
Again, the timer goes up instead of down, so there's no time limit for this course.
Make this kind of final leaping transition. He has to reach it right here, then he's got to reach behind.
Yeah, the only time limit is when you're on a rest point.
Oh, just slips off, but just showing how tough these obstacles are. And then we'll get into this wagon wheel to a garage door, which I don't know if there is actually a wheel. So I think looks like there is no wheel on this course. I think you just have to make the full transition and stop that buzzer from one to the other.
For our course tester.
Love that. Love that for course tester.
I must have some speech disability. I actually think I had speech apraxia when I was younger.
I don't even know what that means.
It's just some random thing. And up first, we have... I'm not even going to try and pronounce that last name. You got that, Lucas.
I will when he gets up here. Let me give her the demo run graphic.
And we're making sure the course is finished resetting. It's especially important that we make sure that this course is fair for all our athletes, since a bunch of things can be determined by this course. Very important.
If you look at our World Championship leaderboard, you can see a lot of people in contention for World Champion that qualified and got the full clear on stage number 2. We'll get there. We get there. Don't worry about that now. Get ready. Nearly.
And just asking some final questions. Making sure he knows everything about this course, because for this course, there are plenty of things that you need to know about, very techie obstacles. You need to know what's in play and not.
You got it, Noah.
And looks like some other people are asking the ref some questions. It is the beginning of the first wave, so most people are trying to figure out what's up.
Final, technical questions, making sure everything's squared away. No, silly mistakes that will end a run just by not knowing the rules.
We have seen that happen before. Very heartbreaking. Want to prevent that as much as possible. We want to have our athletes show the best capability that they're able to. And it looks like the ref is coming back, ready to start our first runner of this preteen male division. Also, first runner, first wave, first person. Bet he was happy when he's qualified. Got the last spot.
I mean, of course. Getting another opportunity to showcase off his talents.
Yes.
We're still, squaring some things away.
Again, a very technical, difficult course. Need to make sure everyone knows everything about it. Also, the WNL rulebook is accessible on the WNL World's page.
Shout out the WNL World website. Big up, shout out.
And we are coming back, about to start our first competitor.
There we go. Noah Dvornchik. Dvornchik. Got there eventually. From Fairview, Pennsylvania. Working his way up this vertebrae very nicely. This variation much easier than the one on the tall. You don't have to use a kind of a handle of sorts. Just can just use your hands.
Already onto the staple. Now on to the chain link, which actually moves too. You can see that.
Very quick pace.
That's one strategy that people use to get through these burnout courses. Making sure they get through as fast as they can is to not wear down their grip strength as much as they can.
Now on these mic drops, you have to swing for the next. You have to pull it out, then start swinging again. Able to lâcher to the dress bar. Great time, 43 seconds.
That's how the time limit's going down because he was on the other obstacle, and there's a time limit for the touch points, rest points.
Yeah, now Noah struggling to get really sat down and rested, so won't have much time to do so.
And you need to be off of it by that 20-second period. If you're still on it or touching it at all, then it is considered a fail.
Ooh, just barely slipped off on that swivel limit, which has become that crux point in many of our different
Still
divisions.
A great run. And if you miss it a couple of times, it's basically the end.
Now we'll have Cody Baumberger
looking ready to clear this course. See how he does.
from Wexford, Pennsylvania.
Another determined athlete. They're asking the ref a couple of questions.
Making sure everything's straightened out.
He is off.
Climbing up. Transitions nicely. Already on these staples. We'll see, I think, the pace being pushed by all of our athletes through these early 4 obstacles. Because they know that swivel limit's a big crux point. It's very hard. It's Baumberger. 25 seconds in already on the mic drops. Has to get through these trapeze bars. Now pulls out the, trying to attempt to pull out the first mic drop. Able to that time.
Again, it is still a burnout and a techie course, making it very challenging for all of our athletes.
And Baumgartner grabbing it that time, so
decides to take a rest on this.
They got up much quicker than Noah did.
Yeah, there are also many strategies to get into these bars, like a pullover, which is where you put your feet up and basically go around it to get up. Now 3 seconds left, and he gets off, using the time to his advantage.
Now this one very tough.
This is new. He's grabbing the very corner, and he gets it.
Works out well there for Cody. Will now try to transition. Now trying to shake those hands out, get more blood flow into him.
Another very important part. See the lactic acid build in your hands. To shake it, to maybe give yourself even a slight advantage.
Ooh.
And he just slips off.
Nearly had it, but still able to get through one of them. Very, very tough to do, so great job there.
Up next, we have Parker Johnson.
It's Parker Johnson from Hillard, Ohio.
Competes in the Midwest region. He's had 15 total Tier 1 comps this season. Also has a Grand Champion power ranking. So let's see how he approaches this course.
Climbing up very nicely. All swings back and forth on these staples. Great link into that rest bar. Looks to not take it immediately on the chain link. Knows that speed is very important through these first 4.
Not only is it important to build to have the least amount of grip taken out of you, it's also important because time is another factor that's taken into consideration for how well these athletes do on this course.
Parker Johnson will take a preliminary first place. Please ignore the legendary but eventually disqualified course tester.
Has 10 seconds left on this rest bar. 20 seconds can go by very fast. Gets off at 5.
Already drops in. Nearly trying to transition, lifts it across, does so very nicely.
Decides to do 360 while approaching this.
Wow, just going for that kind of the same like grip that the Elite Males had to do.
Yes, goes across the vertical limits.
Beautiful work, and finds that.
Very impressive. Already at the halfway point of this course, going through the vertical limits, very grip intense. You have to squeeze it the whole time, which makes your hands ever more tiring.
Now on this iron summit, having to use these pegs to move across.
Need to be very accurate with these, with both getting them in and getting them out. Could we be seeing our first clear?
This early, you don't usually see that.
Oh, saves it with one of his hands. Really late into the course, still has enough grip strength.
Great job there from Parker Johnson, the crowd getting behind him.
Still has 8 seconds left, using it to make the most of his time. 5 seconds, 2, 1, and he is off.
It's those cliffhangers, very tough.
Very impressive athlete so far.
And this is a run that he can be proud of.
Yes, this is a big jump up.
Wow.
Onto a credit card, I believe, and he gets it.
He's got to reach behind, and does.
Could be our first clear. Oh, it just slips off. Still a phenomenal run out of Parker Johnson.
Yeah, Parker Johnson's run, surely one that will probably stay the test of time for quite a while. As I will.
Let's see if Aiden Ayers can beat this, can beat Parker's run, though. Another grand champion power ranking, very impressive. Competes in the Midwest region and is from Camillus, New York, and he is off. Already across the first obstacle, the vertebrae. Now onto the staples, looking to make quick work of this course.
Indeed. Indubitably.
That was the word of the day for yesterday, not today.
That was the word of the day 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Time's flying by.
I know. Time flies by here at the World Ninja League World Championships. It's just so much fun. I know that sounded sarcastic. I was not being sarcastic at all.
Already past the chain link. Aiden's looking to possibly be the new top 1 finisher.
Potentially.
Now onto the mic drop.
Gotta pull this out. Does so nicely. Great transition.
To another rest point. Looks to grab both sides to put himself up. Well, that wastes 5 of his valuable seconds.
Yeah, we've seen some of our competitors early on kind of struggle with getting onto that rest point with as much time.
4, 3, and he's off.
Now onto the swivel limit. You just saw Parker Johnson complete it. Will he join him?
He knows it's possible.
So he's trying to struggle with the grip, trying to see what works, able to move it across.
Testing everything out beforehand.
Great strength there from Ayers. One more transition. Finds it. He's going to have to reach all the way across. Great work here from Aiden Ayers. Nearly there. You got to lift it up. He's now gets there. The second time of asking.
Setting a nice pace for this course.
Now trying to reach across. Does so. Moving away. It just barely slips off.
Another phenomenal run.
Next up is Harrison Strelko from White House Station, New Jersey. As my broadcast partner tries to fix a clothespin. Or,
Fidgeting with it, accidentally broke it.
Well, I've done that before.
And up next we have...
I already said this.
Oh, you did?
Yep. It's the final day.
Everyone's tired.
Everyone's a bit tired, but, you know, these athletes are not still trying to show off their best.
Yes, indeed.
Going back and forth. It's there nicely. Now moving across. Already on this trapeze bar. It's kind of been this medium pace thus far, around 40, 45 seconds to get to the mic drops. Now on them. That's the first one swinging. Now he's going to Lachey to the second, pull it out. Oh, wow. Now working his way up this rest bar, which has kind of proven to be an obstacle on itself.
Yes, already has 12 seconds left as he seems to adjust and get some chalk. 7, 6, 5. Will he make it off in time? 3, 2, 1. Waits to the last second.
Good time management there. The clock right actually behind him, so I don't think he's able to see it while he's sitting there. As Lucas breaks the clothespin once more.
It's not able to be fixed.
Nope.
And Harrison is making his way nicely throughout this course.
Yeah, already through the first swivel limit, now working on the second. Nearly there. Grabbing on, maybe almost slipping off.
Showing some insane grip.
Ooh.
Just barely slips off.
That will end his run.
Up next, we have Nathaniel Pennings.
You want to take this one?
Harrisburg, PA, yes. Competes in the Northeast region from Urban Playground. Looks ready for this course, has a determined face on.
Oh, is that how you spell Harrisburg?
Yes. Oh, wait, I don't see it. Forgot the U. Placed it with an I.
I mean, they are right next to each other, so.
Yeah. And Nathaniel is already off. Looking to advance the clothespins. Oh, and he just slips off. Isn't able to hold on.
Very unfortunate there.
Yes.
Those staples very hard. I mean, my broadcast partner yesterday was experimenting with those fade transitions. They actually kind of look nice.
They do, but
You can do like the whole.
keep accidentally clicking.
Oh.
Up next, we have Noah Melcher. Or
Melcher. From Cypress, Texas. Very quickly through the staples, just making very quick work of the first two obstacles already.
Linking his way through them. Already onto the chain link.
Already working on. As my roommate brings me my ID card. Shout out Justina Ricchini. So now I can get back into my apartment. Love that. Already on the second mic drop. Shout out Mom, so she no longer has to worry about that. Already 45 seconds.
Chooses not to rest and immediately goes into the next obstacle.
Interesting play here. You'll give him a lot of time.
Yes, looking to advance his way fast throughout this course.
Very fast. Now, it will give him some time advantage on Parker Johnson, but he has to complete the Iron Summit for that to really play into effect.
Looks like he also... My mind's blank. Never mind.
Love to see it. Told you, day 6, things are starting to wear down, you know.
Surprised I still have a voice.
It was terrible timing.
And Noah...
He's going to take his rest here, which is very interesting.
New strategy. So he might regret.
I think it's working it thus far. We'll now have to reach across to make this final second swivel transition. Just slips off.
He had one of his hands on the cliff, but let go of his other hand, so it immediately
flung him off.
Yes.
Now Spencer Jameson from San Francisco, California. My broadcast partner is still stimming. Now playing the drums. Love to see it.
And Spencer is off.
Here's Spencer's run. He's been doing this for 5 years at Traverse Fitness. This is his 4th time at Worlds, and he's hoping to hit a buzzer this year. I would assume so. If he got this far, he may have hit a buzzer or two. Or at least one.
Not 100% sure, but I hope.
I hope. Maybe he'll hit a buzzer on this course.
Is possible. Looks immediately over at the rest point, and he says no.
Be quite the feat if he does so. Now, in between these trapeze bars, now we'll start these mic drops. Has to pull it out, then swing. And back and forth very nicely.
45 seconds.
Now swinging back and forth.
Let's see if he takes a rest point here.
And it looks like he will try to.
Attempts to pull over, but isn't able to quite make it.
We saw that strategy used very much in our preteen female division. He's really struggling to muscle himself up.
Needs some chalk and decides to just go for it. Chalk up right here. More grippy obstacle than that bar.
Yeah, very smart move here from Spencer.
Although it does require more grip strength to hang from a thinner ledge.
It does. Well, you can't go backwards, so.
Yes, resets are not allowed too. Even if you touch the obstacle after you already dismounted off of it, then that's a fail.
Now tries to do this first transition, does it very nicely. We've seen that second transition and then even that small transitional board is very hard to hold on to.
Yes.
There's no extra grip on it. It's basically just using your fingertips.
Vertical limits, yeah.
We'll now get there.
Already has been hanging for 2 minutes.
Ooh.
And just slips off.
Yeah, time will really catch up on you on this course if you spend too much time in one place. You've seen that swivel limit still be that crux point. Now Crow, or go with Crow Gadsden from Richmond, California.
And he's off.
Croy doing a very great job thus far.
Almost done.
Almost. Back and forth on these staples.
Side skips the first rest point. Could that be a new meta so far? Looks
Could
like
be.
it's too early in the course to already be resting.
That is true. I mean, I feel like these first two obstacles aren't the most grip-intensive things,
Yes.
especially on the kind of tips of your fingers. Mainly use kind of the palms of your hands. On the staples, maybe the vertebrae. It's already through the mic drops immediately.
Gives another chalk point, a rest point.
Yeah, we'll get chalk here, though. We've seen this kind of become that new meta. Just to skip that rest point entirely. And I think it's because kind of how low that second mic drop is. It makes it really hard for you to actually get up on the bar to sit down on it. We've seen in our other divisions on the tall course, it's very easy to kind of sit down.
Off.
It'll slip off, and that will end the run.
Maybe the works of not resting at all.
Now Owen Metcalf from Ancaster, Ontario, Canada, our first international competitor in this division. I'm gonna wrap my wrists.
Nothing's stopping you.
I don't want to touch that. It's not mine.
Just random tape here. And he's off. Looks like Owen is making his way quickly throughout this course.
Now, I actually have a question for you as an athlete. Can you like tape your wrists and hands if you want to?
What do you mean?
Like before you start a course, like can you like tape your hands?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's just also that limits your movement on your hands. So people would just rather deal with the pain.
Got it. Good insight there. Now Metcalf already in between these transition bars, or I should say trapeze bars, but they do serve as a transition to the mic drop. And one more swing before he gets to that second mic drop, pulls it out. Now kind of the strategy here that makes it much easier. He's able to get the legs up to transition nicely into that
Yes.
sitting position. I would not be surprised if we start seeing some of our athletes trying to build as much swing as they can to immediately, when they jump off, to sit down. Gotta get enough height to do so. It's very hard with how kind of low sitting the second mic drop is.
Yes.
I'll make this first transition. Struggling to lift it thus far. Now flailing around and able to lock it in.
He locks it in at the farthest point. Would it have been easier to get it in as soon as he could?
We'll see if that kind of strategy catches on. Now having to reach across, but the limited wingspan of our athletes in this division forces them to use the in-between kind of
and
very
you also
hard.
have to move your hands from the cliffhanger to the VL very fast or also be sprung off like we've already seen.
You see trying to make this transition. Really struggling to do so. Can't get it high enough, so he just slammed into that J-bar. Able to that time, but just slips off. Now end on Reed from Beth Alto, Illinois. Cranes out of the barn.
And he is off.
See the vertebrae much easier with those rock hold grips.
12 seconds already onto the clock. Skipping over the first rest point. Again, you aren't forced to rest or do anything on those.
Going in between very nicely. Well, now
Making quick work of this course. Tries to pull out the mic drop. Gets it a little late.
It does so on the second time of asking. It's very tough. That time, figured it out much quicker.
And gets on the rest point. Looking for some chalk, and his coach gets him some. 13 seconds left. See how much of it he uses.
Getting a little bit of coaching here. I think his coach is telling him how much time he has.
And he isn't gone.
Yeah, right at that 5-second point. I think that's when his coach told him to go. So,
Playing it safe.
yeah, don't want to have any issues with getting timed out via the rest clock. Now we'll try to lift it up just slightly. Does so very nicely. Going across.
Making his way nicely throughout this course.
Oh,
Just slips off. Also, I believe that this is the last event that these preteen males are doing for the week, too.
well, it's actually, well, look. No, they have head-to-head finals as well.
Yeah, but not all of them have that.
That is true. Now Hugo and Matthew from France.
Immediately setting a very efficient pace, trying to get through this course as fast as he can.
Yeah, if you get through this course in 42.68 seconds, or sorry, get through the mic drop in that much time, it's good enough for second place. There's only one athlete thus far, Parker Johnson, has been able to solve the swivel limit.
Making his way throughout the chain link. Sets himself up nicely for the mic drop.
Going up and back and forth. Will make this final transition. Does so nicely. Pulls it out. We'll get down. You can see him immediately making that move up. We've seen that move come a little bit more
16
natural.
seconds left. Doesn't waste much time getting up. More fast approach.
We've seen that cause some issues for our athletes. Drops in. Now going all the way across and locks it in. Ooh. Next to bring it back a little bit. I don't know if that was intentional. Makes it kind of a bit further, but Hugo adjusts well. Now we'll make the second transition we've seen prove very hard. Lifting it up, going the wrong way, really flailing. But finds it eventually.
Again, flailing your legs is not how you get through this. You need to use your hips and your core to get your way through.
Now on this final transition bar, and does get there. Sorry, transition panel. Now with this iron summit having to use those pegs to work one from the other, really testing how well you can hold yourself up with one arm. Now he's struggling to put it into the slot. So that time,
Hanging on his arm for around 18 seconds.
you can see how tough this iron summit can be if you don't get through it efficiently.
Slowly just drains you down.
2 minutes and 15 seconds have elapsed, so he's been hanging for nearly 2 minutes now, if you subtract the rest points.
Still's on the course during those points, though.
Now we'll take second place. Much slower than Parker Johnson at this juncture, but can erase all of that if he's able to get through the cliffhanger.
Yes. And sets off.
On the first, immediately makes the hop over to the second. Shake out that hand before working through the rest of these cliffhangers. Now this is when you have to jump or catapult yourself up. See, generating swing to do so. Sticks it beautifully. 3 minutes have elapsed. I'll have to make another leap. And this one also requires you to hang on one hand because you have to reach behind.
Yes.
Gets there, will now reach behind this time. Finds it. We'll have to fully transition. Now has this reverse grip, goes immediately for it. Gets the bar, so I'm pretty sure that's the touch point.
He hit the touch point, yeah. Looks like a little bit of a smart move there. If you know you're about to fall. Looks like the ref is adding back that point. Because he still did touch it even though he fell. Which is a smart approach if you know you're about to fall and not make it while coming to a different obstacle. Just full sending it to at least tap on the touch point.
So we're just getting some things ironed out thus far.
Yeah, making sure everything is set straight. Don't want to not give a point to one of our athletes. Rightfully deserved it.
So Hugo will take first place off that.
If the point is added.
Should be.
Still not 100% sure if he touched it. The ref looks like he might go back to a video review to make sure. Just to completely make sure.
Down to our final 20 athletes of here. Heat number 1, but don't go anywhere. Still have 2 more heats of action in stage 3. This preteen division. I think a referee asking our Ninja Works team, course designers.
Yes. And while we're
looks like not entirely sure of what's transpiring here. Looks like that got ironed out. Don't know if he got the point or not. We'll get a update on that shortly. So we'll have our next runner now, Elliot Shinsai from Brooklyn, New York. Age 12 this season. Get ready to start his adventure and his attempt on stage 3.
also, if they're going to give our previous athlete back his point, they'll need to go back into Ninja Work to change it. And taps it, but isn't able to hold on. Another point, though.
Oh. Falls on these staples, very tough. Now Cannon Bird from Walkersville, Maryland. getting ready to start his stage 3 attempt. And is off. Bird immediately working up to that vertebrae with great pace. Now drops into the staples. I will say I do like the basketball jersey he's wearing, very stylish. Now immediately going through these chain links with ease. We've seen that pace is a big factor.
Yes, and it still is a ninja jersey, even though it looks like a basketball one.
Now we'll grab onto that first mic drop. Pulls it off. Now grabs it, tries to pull it out once more. Now if he actually gets here, takes a little bit more time on his backswing, so he'll lose some positioning. We'll slide him to 9th place.
Does a pull over.
Talks up real quickly.
Interesting resting position.
Looks like he'll lose a little bit more time.
Looks like Ferris is coaching him through this.
Now we'll drop into this swivel limit. Tries to make this first transition. Nearly there. Locks it in. Now we'll stack over to the second limit.
Decides to go on the VLs to reach his way over. Sets himself up nicely.
Let's make it all the way across. A little too high. It's a very fine margin.
Yes, hits the ring above.
Ooh, locks it in. I will now have to move across. Nearly there. He's got to go. Grabs onto that rock hold. A lot more surface area to work with.
Already been hanging for 2 minutes now.
Nearly there. Grabs that iron summit, so he'll get the touch point, but can't give it its best go, so Bird will slot into 3rd place off that. Now Grayson Myers from Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
Already ready for this course.
Grabs onto it and now will immediately start climbing up. Grabs onto it, going from the first table to the second. Now to that first rest bar, but no one's really elected to take it thus far. Immediately going into the chain links.
I believe our first athlete may have, but not many people have. Choosing to go right through it because of how early in the course it is. They view it more as a time waste instead of a safety rest point for them.
And we'll start that first mic drop. Pulls it out ahead of time. We'll start swinging now. On the second one still. It's locked in to its normal position. Now able to pull it out. Grabs onto it, trying to do that pull over.
Hooks his leg on instead and gets up with 10 seconds left.
5 seconds, and the coach very important here because our athletes can't see the timer.
2, 1. He's off just in time.
Yeah, not wasting any moment to rest.
Yeah.
Minute 20.
Grayson also has a grand champion power ranking.
Which is good.
Very impressive, the highest one, yes.
Now trying to fully make that transition over to the second swivel limit. Really struggling.
We'll see how he approaches this one. Will he use the limit or will he try and static over to the next cliff?
Does so nicely. Trying to transition a little bit low. Got to lift it up. First time asking no. Second time locks it in. It just slips off. Ran out of.
He decided to go from cliff to cliff instead of going onto the VL on the back. I think that's the first time we've seen that.
Now, Riker Jerry from Holston, Massachusetts.
And he is off.
Coming up very nicely. Already swinging to the first staple. Transitions to the second. Slips off a tad bit.
Manages to keep his grip on.
.25 seconds have elapsed. He's nearly done with the chain link. Now is done.
Yes. And now on to the mic drops. Gets the first one. Immediately links off to the second one. Now onto the rest bar. Goes straight through, not even worrying about chalk.
Now try to fully lift it. Maybe make this wide turn. Trying to, nearly there, and gets it.
Manages to keep his grip on. Looks like he was flailing his legs a little bit. Able to save it. Says no to chalk.
Yeah, just wants to shake those hands out, get more blood flow.
Yes. Another thing that helps with multi-sport athletes, it's a thing that runners also often do.
Ooh.
Slips off, almost saves it.
Now Brooks Robinson from Newmarket, Maryland. Down to our final 15 athletes here in heat number 1.
And he is off. Already onto the first staple, heading to the second. Already 15 seconds on the clock. Time can fly when you're on this stage. Says no to the rest point. Trying to send his way through this course.
Doing a great job. We'll grab it ahead of time. Stags to the next trapeze bar.
40 seconds now.
Yeah, trying to pull out this mic drop ahead of time. Really struggling to do so.
It's because you're coming from a lower position, so it already is hanging you down, putting weight on it, even when you're not trying to.
Nearly gets it out, so we'll start swinging. Grabs on with a minute.
Again, time is flying so far. Looks for a chalk up. Looks like they're actually using something to hold up the chalk so they don't have to reach the whole way up.
We've seen that strategy being used on all of our Stage 3 courses.
Yes. Smart approach.
Attention Shoemaker. Please come get Fletcher at the back of tall stage 2. Megan, please come get Fletcher at the back of tall stage 2.
Now grabbing onto that second limit. Nearly there. On the limit.
And his hand just slips off.
We'll have Lavon Heelman from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Right. Yeah.
Looking ready for this course. Beats of the New England region. Says his favorite course is actually a flow course, like all 3 of our stages. Having a good time. 12 years old this season. The clock is ready, asking the ref one final question. And he is off. Making his way swiftly Already onto the staples.
Now grabs on. We'll try to fully lift up. Likes to take the rest, though. Interesting strategy here.
Haven't seen that often on this course. So far, it looks like he's trying to take as much time as the rests as he can. It's another strategy. Either you're trying to go through it fast, efficiently, or you're taking as much rest as you can. Usually the three most common approaches.
Pulls it out ahead of time. Will now swing back and forth. Grabs onto it. Will now slide out that mic drop. Nearly lifting up. Trying to fully get up. Really struggling to do so. Does so nicely, though. Minute 20.
Making his way to these vertical limits. A minute and 30 on the clock already. 2, 1, and he gets off.
Now go on this first swivel limit. Grabbing onto that far edge of it. Have to go for it now. Lifting it. Grab onto it. Now nearly there.
Ooh, just slips off.
Now Blake Williams out of the Jungle Gym from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Wearing a USA jersey.
How do you get one of those jerseys? You just have one?
I have no idea.
I thought there was like a Team USA or something.
If there is, I'm too tired to remember.
Well, it's a long day for all of us here at the Season 11 World Ninja League Championships. So glad you can join us on this, I would say, beautiful Tuesday, but it's very gloomy outside here in Greensboro.
Solid double rainbow on our way here, though.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Already onto the course. He has a grand champion power ranking. Already onto the second mic drop.
Now, we'll try to fully get up. Struggles to, but then able to stick it. 45 seconds. Got through that very quickly. So slots into fourth place just on speed. At their 6 seconds faster than the fastest to not complete the solo limit.
Minute and 3 already on the clock.
Trying to lift it up now. Almost there. Nearly making it.
More of a slow and steady approach.
We'll now try to make the full transition. Tries to grab on. Does so nicely. Well, now reaching fully across, or no, you actually like to go on that limit part. Using the fingertips, his hands. Now one more lifting motion, nearly
Another one of the approaches that we've seen so far.
We'll stick it,
It
just slipping
slips
off.
off.
Great job there. Lucas Rosnia from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania.
Very creative name.
Good last name.
Good first name, too.
I like the first name, too.
Yeah.
It's a great first name. I think anyone with that first name must be like the best commentator in the world, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Really good on teams, too. And he's off. Already onto the first stable. Linked his way off.
Swinging back and forth, able to stick it.
Now onto the chain link.
And now already on these trapeze bars.
Now onto the mic drop.
Yes, nearly there. Will now try to fully get to that mic drop. Now almost onto that bar rest. We'll fully try to transition over.
Taking his time with 10 seconds left. And he's had a minute on the clock so far. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Goes now, I think, got off in time.
Does look like he got off in time, but barely.
Yeah, really using every bit of that 20 seconds.
Very, very close.
Now trying to grab it ahead of time. Locks it in very nicely. Didn't take a lot of time on that first limit. Now transition to the second. The second one has really proven to be the hardest one because it doesn't have much, if any, kind of surface area to work with. Just that one part there.
Yes, indeed.
Statics over to the far part, looking to kind of pushing it forward. Nearly, they're going to muscle it up. Just inches off. Then's able to get it.
More of a slower and steady approach.
Now going for it. Oh, just slipping off.
Just barely slips off.
Now Josiah Birmingham. From Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And he's off.
Immediately climbing up this vertebrae. This vertebrae, which has been kind of an afterthought. Now swinging back and forth on those staples. Doing so very nicely. Already on these chain links. Now immediately on this trapeze bar.
Now progressing through the mic drop. Reaches for it and statics it out.
Sorry. On the second mic drop. Crying tears of happiness right now, or are you just a bit tired?
Both.
Oh, okay. You're so happy to be.
No, whenever I yawn, my eyes water.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
Oh, Josiah on this rest point.
he is making his way through the course very smoothly. Has so far a minute and 15 done.
Sorry, there needed a moment to lock back in. Now, want some chalk, maybe. It looks like his coach saying you don't need it. You can make it this transition now. Going for it. Able to get it.
If he's able to get to that next rest point, it's a great place to chalk up.
On this limit. Ooh, barely. This is really tough.
Ooh.
But Josiah sticks it well. Now he's going to make this transition. Gets the height to do so. Now have to work his way across. Getting into that far end rock hold. Now this panel that's just very, very tough. There's no extra grip or surface area to work with. See if he can do so.
Tiny VL on the back.
Ooh.
And he slips off.
Still a tremendous run. Nearly finished it.
And up next, we have Nathaniel John Kayabayab. Oh, it says it. Kayabyab. Nathaniel John Kayabyab. I'm not going to stop till I get this. Kayabyab. Nathaniel John Kayabyab. Thank you for the pronunciation guide.
Pronunciation guide, my new favorite.
I hope he clears this.
I hope he does too. He now has us firmly on his side with the pronunciation guide. We don't ask for much. He's now on this ring, now through the chain links. and Nathaniel John Kayabyab, who is my new favorite. That's what it says.
Is it cut or like Kayab? I don't know. And he's making his way very fast throughout the course with 38 seconds so far.
Doing so nicely already. That rest point. Latched on with that leg so he can sit down much easier. The 5 seconds have elapsed. He's got around 5 seconds left on his clock.
And just to get off in time.
Now, we'll try to make that full transition. Really struggled to lift it. Now locks it in on that first time. We'll now try to get to that second swivel point. We're down to our final 10 of heat number 1, but don't go anywhere. Still have 2 more heats of action and yet to crown a world champion in this division.
Just slips off.
I'm so sad. My new favorite.
Yeah. Still a phenomenal run.
Now Reed Yackley from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Yackley working his way up now. Linking towards that staple, able to readjust his grip to go further up.
Quickly through the staples, links his way through. Now onto the chain link. It looks like he's setting a quick pace throughout this course. Might not even use the next rest point. See what he does. You do have to be pretty fast to make it to this point so far from stage 1 and 2. Already onto the mic drop.
Going back and forth, one more swing. Now, trying to lift up. Does so well. Gonna try to climb up. Trying to climb on. Now going back and forth. Trying to lift it up. You make this first full transition. Does so. Climbing in between will now get to that, or try to make that transition to the second one. Nearly tries to stick it. Does so. Ooh, just barely slipping off.
We said those are very thin cliffs.
Now Nate Peterball from Stamford, Connecticut. Oh, I got it right.
Another pronunciation guy.
Yeah, but I got it right, so. Right now, my new favorite.
Another one of our favorite athletes.
We're very simple. Now drops in onto this vertebrae. Maybe climbing up. Will now link from one to the next. Grabs onto that staple. Goes back and forth.
Making huge momentum changes.
You know, trying to do a pullover now.
Manages to get it after.
Yeah, I think his head hit the ring, so hopefully those rings aren't the hardest thing in the world, but still.
Even that I've had so much hits from even just small things like that.
Well, yeah.
Most everything can hurt. He needs to get off. He does with enough time.
Now collapse onto that rock hold.
Hope he doesn't have a headache for the rest of his run, though. That would suck.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I've had a headache. They're not fun. I think everyone's here has had a headache.
You've had a headache before?
I know. It sucks.
And he's making...
I meant to say today.
good pace
That's what I
in
meant
this
to
course.
say. I'm drinking water.
Ignore that countdown buzzer.
There's our referee. Failed to reset it, but no issue there. Will now get his next 20-second interval. Trying to do that full pullover. Does so nicely. 10 seconds As he tries to get to that sitting position, really struggling to do so, though. 5 seconds, so he's not going to have much time. He's going to immediately...
3. Oh, wait.
2. Great time there. Does drop in.
Using the rest points to his advantage as much as he can.
Yeah, just really struggled to get that sitting position to make it much easier to chalk up.
Already a minute and 42.
Minute 45 as he tries to lock in, does so. Minute 50. Trying to grab on ahead of time. Does so. So now we'll have to see what strategy does he use. Does he use that in-between limit? Nope. Just
Fully going forward. He'll have to move his hands fast if he decides to full send it.
Ooh, now he's going to lift up. Does so very nicely. All that momentum swung him forward, but he was under that bar and just hands gave out.
Still a phenomenal run.
Oh, Keaton and Grosso.
Now, if I was running this course, what I would do is I would full send the first couple obstacles, probably skip the first rest point. Then on the second, use it until the very last second, and then do that for the rest of the rest points too.
You should run this course after this first heat's done.
I'll see if I can.
Yeah.
No, probably not.
Why not? Boo.
I don't think we're allowed to do that. But up next, we've Keaton
From Newmarket, Maryland.
setting a quick pace. I actually have to compete against him next year too. I know him. It's making me a little nervous.
Is he the good?
Yeah, he's good.
Alrighty.
I don't want to jinx him.
Yeah, he's doing a great job thus far,
Yeah.
though. Immediately swing out on that first mic drop. Makes a transition to the second. And we have to pull these out, then start swinging. Grosso.
Already onto the next. Or into the next platform.
Grosso, our second fastest to get to this position that hasn't completed the swivel limit.
Yes, setting a quick pace.
He's actually, yeah, our second fastest. We've had 3 people complete it. I don't know why Hugo's run is not on our scoreboard. I'll ask after this.
So we'll make sure we get all of the technical difficulties down.
Yes, now we'll try to.
Keaton goes for the VLs. Hangs on it for a decent amount of time. Showing tremendous strength.
Yeah, not showing any signs of struggle. Now slowly making this transition, does so. It's just great strength here. Keaton.
Minute and 30 so far.
This transition board's been
just
really
slips
tough.
off. Up now, we have Jameson Duvall from Solvay, New York. Competes in the Midwest region and is 12 years old this season. 4 comps so far. He's off.
Just kind of rolling. It's just because it's under video review right now, so they're not entirely short.
Is that who hit the touch point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what I believed would happen. He just slips off.
Probably should have taken one more backswing there. It will quickly end the run. Now Julian McDuff from St. Hyacinthe, Quebec, Canada.
I think that's a new city, or town so far. No, that like we've seen so far this weekend.
Oh, I've seen like 5 different people from this town. Maybe the first one in this division though. Maybe the first one for you. It was always the first time. Julian flying through though on this chain link. You can tell time is really of the essence for his run.
Yes, indeed.
Now, tries to make that first pull out, does so. Immediately on that second mic drop. Now 30 seconds.
Making quick work of this course and skips the second rest point too. See if that will pay off.
Oh, Julian, 45 seconds. at third position. He's found 6.8 seconds on our leader, Parker Johnson. It's currently on our leaderboard. So now try to make this transition. Does so nicely. Immediately onto that very thin transitional board. Hanging on to that handle that you can't see on our cameras, but there is one.
Which is a vertical limit, which is basically a cliffhanger, just very, 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 very smaller. Very hard to hold on to.
Does so very nicely.
Ignore that countdown. Decides to go right into the bar and stays on.
A new first place. Julian McDuff has found 20 seconds on our current leader, Parker Johnson.
Because he skipped the first 2 rest points.
Now we'll use this one. Chalks up.
And he's off in time. Could he be our first clear?
Down to our final 5 of heat number 1, but don't go anywhere. Still 2 more heats of action. Swings back and forth, grabbing on.
Lachey straight to it and just slips off. Again, after your hands are that tired, if you Lachey, it becomes ever more difficult. Up next, we have Cameron Baker from Flemington, New Jersey. Competes in the Northeast Division. He's 12 years old this season and has competed in 9 total Tier 1 comps this season. And he is setting off for this course.
Now Cameron Baker from Flemington, New Jersey.
Making his way nicely.
Immediately swinging to the staple, grabbing on. We'll try to transition from this chain link. I go from one to the next. Already grabbing on. Trying to get to this mic drop. 45 seconds. No, great pace. He's in 14th right now. Can immediately catapult up to the top 3, maybe, or 4th if he completes the swivel limit. Minute 10, able to drop in using that full 20 seconds. Minute 15. Trying to make that full work way around.
Making his way nicely throughout this course.
Really struggled with that first swivel limit, but locks it in. Now we'll have to transition to the next. See, the more time you spend on these swivel limits, the more it takes a toll on your grip strength.
And this is where...
Ooh.
So a great run. And as I was about to say, that is where it all becomes ever more difficult in the first part. First part is like a breeze compared to that.
Now Parker Smart from Rogers, Arkansas. Down to our final 3 of heat number 1, but once again, don't go anywhere. We'll still have 2 more heats of action.
Already off. One thing that I'm excited to do after this is take off this bracelet. Sure, our athletes are too.
For those who don't have a visual at home, it's his athlete bracelet.
And every athlete has one, so.
Do you have to like wear that like all day? Like, or do you like take it off?
You can't take it off.
Wow. You've had that bracelet on for like 5 days now? Yeesh.
Still waterproof and everything, though.
Okay, that was actually my next question.
And Parker is already onto the chain link.
Yeah, 40 seconds have elapsed. Grabbing on, swinging back and forth, grabbing ahead of time. Now try to pull out that first mic drop, really struggling to do so. You said earlier that because of how low you are, that mic drop already supporting some of your weight, so you're really going to force it.
Yeah.
And Smart able to finally do so.
He was being very smart.
That was bad. There we go. Slap my knee. That was a knee slapper right there.
Already on to the swivel limit.
Yeah.
There was at least the rest point before with 12 seconds left.
It's sad to see that the dad joke ninja is wearing off on you. It was wearing off on me yesterday. I made so many. It's really bad.
And already off. Now on to the swivel limit. Let's see how he approaches these next couple obstacles.
Now try to. You've seen that strategy used to get to that far end. Got to get it a bit higher. Tremendous strength there from Smart to kind of will it up. Now tries to grab it ahead of time. Does so very nicely. We'll have to go all the way across, or will he use that in-between space?
So far, attempts the VL, but isn't able to hang on.
We've seen that when our athletes, it's kind of a gamble to use that VL because it's very, very hard on your hands. I mean, it was hard on the hands for our elite males. I can only imagine what it is for these preteen males.
Although the preteen males usually weigh a little less.
And they do have, you know, smaller hands and stuff.
Yeah.
But now, Kyson Surdy from Fairfield, California. And Surdy's off. Grabs it ahead of time. Now on the staple. Full. Looking not to take the rest at all.
Already onto the chain link.
Great work on these trapeze bars. We'll now work on this mic drop. Now falling into that same kind of issue that our previous runner did, but able to resolve it much quicker.
Yes.
Now take 7th place off just his speed through the first 4. Fully pulls over. 10 seconds.
9, 8.
Nearly knocked over my water. That could have been really bad. Put the cap on. Oop. Now 1:05. Trying to make this first full rotation of the swivel limit. You can see the grimacing on his face.
Looking to push through all that pain.
Does so. Wills it forward. Now it's barely on, so it makes this kind of transition to the second one a bit further. You can see it pushes it fully in, giving him just a few more inches of wiggle room. Now grabs onto it. You can see we'll do the VL. Now beautiful work, but you can see the...
He tried to put both his hands on the farthest one, and because it swivels, caused the whole thing to just come down with him.
Yeah, all of his body weight just kind of propels.
You have to basically hang on to it while it was vertical to save that.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I also don't know if you can grab onto that top part, so...
I think it's blue only.
Yeah. I feel like if you grab it onto that top part, you can just go like this, or... I don't know.
Yeah, it's blue only.
Okay. From Howard Beach, New York, it's Paul Confal. His least favorite is vertical limits, according to his bio.
Let's see how that will affect him later in this. But I get him. I also very much hate vertical limits.
His favorite's the salmon ladder, though, so.
Huh?
I said his favorite obstacle is the salmon ladder, so if he gets that far, he can potentially.
Yes. Potentially be our first clear.
He's got to get through his least favorite to get to his favorite.
Again, here's our last runner of this wave, but don't go anywhere because we have 2 more action-packed waves after this.
40 seconds. Rolling this final mic drop, pulls it out, swings forward.
Sending a good pace so far.
Already in the top 10, just outside the top 5 and 6 position off that run. But he can get much further. Get ready for our...
Gets off in time. Now onto the swivel limits.
Going for it. Minute 10, minute 15. Actually, wow, I haven't seen that strategy used, so I'm looking over. Smart.
Currently Looking for the swivel limits.
Oof. He's gotten through the first. Will now transition to the second. This one has claimed so many runs. Thanks for that VO. The least favorite there. Not showing like it here for Paul. Now tries to make this transition. He's going to go back. Really struggling. Can he get it in time? Now he can't go back, so he's just really hanging there. Tremendous core strength.
He gets it.
Wow.
With about 2 minutes on the clock. And
Oh.
just after all of that, it's almost impossible to do the VLs, which are his least favorite obstacle.
Ends that run, which I think
Ends the wave.
I think that ends the wave, but we're going straight into heat number 2. No break here necessary. Okay, we'll have about a 2-minute wait, so.
2 minutes. So give us a couple minutes and we'll be right back.
And just a reminder, coaches and athletes again with the males. You got 15 minutes left to check in at head-to-head. First run will be in about 15 minutes. It's going to be a good one. You'll get gold males. Make sure to check in at head-to-head. Correction, just reading off the iPad. We're still doing stage 3. Head-to-head check-in will wait.
Welcome back after our short little.
Thomas is. Where's he?
Now we'll have Jack Barn, the lead off of heat number 2.
You good? Do you need anything? How many waves do you guys have? You have 3. Okay.
And he is off. Looking ready to finish this course. Already seeing a quick pace out of the start with 23 seconds so far.
Immediately already through 3 after 30 seconds. Time is very imperative through these first 4 obstacles. You can see the fastest time that hasn't completed the swivel limit is 35 seconds, so Able to beat that time, he'll immediately slot into a top 5 position.
Looks to hook his leg on.
Now in 20th place, but can easily move into that top 4 if he's able to complete the swivel limit. We've seen this obstacle end so many runs. Now a minute and 10. Minute 15, we'll try to make this first transition.
Making his way nicely throughout this course.
Locks it in with a minute 30. We'll now shake out those hands to get a little bit more blood flow.
Attention coaches and athletes for real this time. A check-in reminder for wave 1.
Now transitions nicely, minute 45 as he has to retreat before he goes this time. Now minute 50. Reaches all the way across, just can't really stick it.
Just slips off.
Now Jack Von Glumack from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And he is off.
Now immediately we'll get through that vertebrae. We've seen that vertebrae not really cause any issues for our athletes thus far. Now minute 15.
Now onto the chain link.
30 seconds have elapsed, and he's already on that mic drop. Actually, we'll have to get through these transitional trapeze bars first. Between pulls it out, or trying to at least. Really struggling to do so, and now is finally able to. We've seen that mic drop give some of our athletes trouble. No trouble on the second. 55 seconds. We'll slot into 21st place. As I mentioned in nearly every run, completion of the swivel limit will put you in the top 5 because it's ended that many runs. Minute and 10 elapsed. 5 seconds remaining on his break. We'll like to use it all. Now going all the way around. Great core strength here. No signs of struggle on that first rotation.
Very smoothly moving it, progressing very smoothly. So far, he's having a good course run.
Now has one hand on that VL. Will go for it. Just drops off. We'll end the run now. Logan Jensen from Norton, Massachusetts. At the Strive Ninja Fitness Gym.
And he is off.
Immediately climbing up, transitioning. See just the chalk powder coming off of his hands. I'm sure those hands are thoroughly chalked up before starting this run. Now just linking from one to the next, already going to the chain link. Not really any wasted movements here from Jensen. Everything looking so intentional, so smooth. Already on this mic drop, pulls that out ahead of time, immediately links to the next. Pulls that one out, immediately gets it. So now in 5th position, just a tad bit slower than Blake Williams, but that extra 5/10 still puts him in 5th position. Now we'll take his rest now. Full minute has elapsed for Jensen. Already making the transition, rotating all the way around, lifting it up and locking it in. So first swivel limit done. We'll now have to move to the second. The second one has ended so many runs. And it's just been this transition's been very tough. Shake out the hands, now make it. Let's see what he does here. We'll go for the full VL. Then gets it. Tremendous strength there from Jensen. Now lifted up, trying to make it. Able to do so nicely. Let's see, just muscling himself up fully onto that rock hold grip. Uses his transition panel. This one's very tough.
With a minute and 45 so far.
Going for it. Oh,
Just slips off.
I've seen many runs end there, just kind of slips off.
Okay. I have to leave. I'd just like to say thank you for everyone for watching. It's been an honor. This is Lucas Pine signing off.
Now Zachary Overmiller will be our next runner from Edders, Pennsylvania. Start his run off. And he is off. Already up this vertebrae.
Hold up, I'm going to take a picture of myself.
Now already moving through. I've got to commentate this. Already on the staple. Now transition. Gets it fully on that first rest bar. Like not to take it 30 seconds. Trying to get to this middle part of the chain links. See that transition having to go from left hand to right hand. Different sides. Now try to get to that first trapeze bar. Does very nicely. Statics through. 50 seconds. So now try to pull that mic drop ahead of time. We've seen struggles from these athletes. Their weight already down. So he'll just fully transition to it. That might be a bit easier for Overmiller. Able to do so. Now swinging back and forth. Minute 10 has elapsed. Now nearly there. Minute 20. And just barely slips off. Does get the touch point, so he'll complete it. But the grip strength giving out and unable to really get a full attempt on the swivel limit.
Now we move on to Caleb Bunting, another one of our preteen males, 11-year-old from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just 25 minutes west of here. As he trains out of Team Level Up in Thomasville.
Roughly a 20-minute drive. Hailed a pre-Worlds qualifier for some of the international competitors that were coming on. Currently mounted on top of the resting bar, waiting to move to the swivel limit. Rest time quickly leaking down.
Now a minute. Minute 5 has elapsed, so he's been a full now 70 seconds on this course. Has only had a little bit of time of rest.
No cliffhanger ledge on the first to swivel around with. On the second, however, he does receive that benefit.
Now to try to make this transition. Bit low, he's gonna have to really muscle it up. First time can't get it, second time he's gonna have to make a big swing and just kind of able to find the strength to do so, and that'll end his run. But still 7th place, got through that first 4 very quickly. Now Michael Linsico from Yorktown Heights, New York. Getting a little bit of coaching here from Coach Kevin before his run will start out of the Empire Ninja Gym.
And he's off.
Immediately up this vertebrae. Now on these staples, swinging back and forth.
Kyle, you're gonna step up.
Now immediately we'll go in between these chain links. Looks to skip the last one in entirely. I'm sorry for our camera angle, can't see him right now. Now moving on these mic drops.
Makes a transition to the second.
Gets ready, 50 seconds. 55 seconds. Lifting up. Able to latch that leg and will sit down with around 10 seconds remaining.
Has to make sure that the pinch on his right hand is set well enough to make the transition here. Essentially had to rest his fingers there on the ledge rather than holding.
Nice rotation there. We'll now fully move over to the second one. The second one's ended many runs thus far. In the correct position to do so. This one you really have to muscle your way up. Locks it in. Also, there's been this third transition board. He likes to skip it in its entirety. Tries to grab onto the iron summit immediately. Unable to, but we'll get the touch point. Which will be good enough for completing the swivel limit, so he'll slot into third place off that.
Next we move on to Kyle Muchow from West Fargo, North Dakota. Quickly climbing up the vertebrae. Now to the staples. Links from the second straight to the resting bar. Now onto the chain link.
Once again, sorry for our camera angles. I'll try to make that transition. Pulls that one out. We've seen a lot of struggles with our athletes and getting that initial mic drop to pull out so he can start swinging. Able to get it that time once he is fully on it and gets his full body weight behind it and momentum. Now 45 seconds as he touches his next rest point. 55 seconds. Chalks up with around 5 seconds remaining on his rest clock. Using all of it. Now this first limit, trying to make this transition. A lot more rock holds on this first limit. Really struggling. Now it's under, so he's going to pull back, then go over top of it. Great core strength to do so. Oh, try to get ready. Ooh, tries to make that transition to the second limit, but that backhand gives out, and that will end his run in 17th place. Now Graham Redness from Fargo, North Dakota, coached by the same coach, Coach Aaron. So Coach Aaron pulling double duty. Start his run on this vertebrae. This vertebrae, which has been an afterthought for our competitors thus far. Immediately through that staple, which has tripped up a couple runners, but Graham not falling into that. Chain links nicely immediately onto these trapeze bars, just staticking through. Like that X transition to the mic drop, making pretty good time thus far. 45 seconds now.
Pulls out rather quickly. Gets to the resting bar.
Invert himself, get that leg around so he can make that sit down transition nicely. He likes to take no chalk or extra rest, immediately going into the swivel limit. Interesting to see with how our current leaderboard is shaping up. Lots of failures here, so he's going to take some extra chalker support. But currently, Graham showing that he doesn't need it. Ooh, tries to make that transition to that much smaller rock hold, but just slips off. Right hand gives out. Now Grayson Delgra from Parker, Texas. Get through heat number 2. Still one more heat of action, and we've yet to crown a world champion in this division, so heat 3 will do that for us. Gargara already on the staple.
Ripped a little low there. Didn't let that phase him, however.
Immediately to the second. Grabbing on, transitioning very well. We've seen many of our runners in this heat to skip that final chain link in its entirety. Not really seeing any added benefit of grabbing onto it. Great transition off the first mic drop, immediately into the second. Grabs on. Look at that leg across with around 10 seconds to work with on the rest. He will chalk up from those hands. 5 seconds remaining on his rest of 20 seconds. We'll use all 20 seconds of it before dropping in.
Comes into the swivel limit with just over a minute having passed off the clock.
Now Grayson. First one very easy for him. But a lot of our competitors that have failed this limit have had a lot more issues on the second and that transition board right after the second. So we'll see if Grayson is able to solve those two. Well, VL with one hand, using it to inch his way across. And now tries to lift that hand, but immediately when he does, all of his body weight gets shifted. And he'll just get flung off.
One thing to know is that an obstacle like that favors competitors with with longer wingspans.
Now Mason Morris from South Plainfield, New Jersey.
Trains out of Next Level Ninja.
And he grabs on, will immediately into the staples, and he's been competing for 5 years now. Has had 18 straight top 10 finishes. Made stage 3 in season 8 and season 10, now including this season.
Again, opts to skip the last chain link.
There's no issue pulling out that first mic drop. Immediately onto the second one. Tremendous pace, already in 6th position based off that. Looks like our video review got completed on Hugo and Matthew. Looks like they said he did get the touch point on the cliffhanger. So he'll slot into first place over Julian McDuff. Quick work of this first limit. Tries to will it across. Able to do so, keeps it level with the pole, so no extra strength needed.
That 5'4" wingspan may come into play on this second board. Just stretch out to grab that far left ledge.
Able to, but he's got to make sure he keeps his body weight here. You can already see teetering a bit, but lifts it up. Nearly will be the one to solve this. Will he slip up here? No, yes he will. We've seen a lot of struggles on that third board. Barely any sort of surface area to work with. There's a small rock hold on the end of it. Except that, the rest of it is just fingertips. Now, Joseph Comfort from Warren, New Jersey. Get ready to start his run. Immediately leaping up this vertebrae. says before, this vertebrae, which causes some issues in our younger divisions that take that stage 3 tall when they have to use that sort of, I've described as a kind of a gym cable fly grip kind of thing. But now when you're able to use your hands on the small course, it's very much an afterthought for these preteen males. Quick pace through the next two. Now we'll work on this mic drop. Slides it out. We'll now tip that touch point within 38 seconds. Good enough for just outside the top 10 and 11th places.
Opted to roll around rather than keep up.
Now 50 seconds. We'll use all this rest time. Got up to that bar very quickly, so a lot more time to sit than some of our athletes. Drops in with around 3 seconds left in his rest. We'll see Aria on that far edge trying to will it forward a tad bit low, but able to raise it up and lock it in. So now we'll try to static through. She looks like just build momentum and swing fully for it. Able to stick it. Now tries to go for that second one, but moves both hands, which is really tough to do. Now will end his run, all his body weight going to that backside. Nothing really holding it down, so it'll just fly off. So, Ewan Albernar's Mulligan have Ascend Obstacle Training. Arlington, Massachusetts home. Ewan.
Opposite length of Staples.
On this chain link, going from one to the next. Very nicely, very methodically. Grabs onto these two trapeze bars that serve as his transition to the mic drop.
Opposite dislodge it before fully engaging.
35 seconds. 40 seconds. Slots into 11th place right over the previous runner. 50 seconds. Transitions to that far side. There's been this new kind of trend with our athletes. Makes it much easier to get this transition. Now have to work his way back across. Shake out those hands, get a little bit more blood flow before attacking the second limit. Now grabs it. We have to use that. VL doesn't, so in between both. He's gonna have to really will it forward, a bit low, but able to muscle it up. Now minute 35, we'll try to grab onto it. Actually elects to skip it, and it's entirely gets the touch point, so he'll complete it and slot into 4th place. We really haven't seen a real go at the Iron Summit in quite a while. Now William Detremont from Walpole, Massachusetts.
Trains out of Strive Ninja Fitness.
Really quickly up this vertebrae. Immediately onto that O-bar. Now onto these staples. No slip up there for Will. Grabs it to these chain links. .25 seconds. Grabs through these trapezes. Slides it out. 40 seconds. Nearly through these first 4 obstacles. A bit off the pace of our leaders who haven't completed the swivel limit. Slots into 22nd because of it. Can overtake them just by completing this crux obstacle. Goes in, only using around 15 seconds of his rest time. Coming that far end will now try to transition. This transition has gotten very rudimentary for our athletes. It's just been these back half on the swivel limit that have really made our athletes struggle. Gonna go for this VL. Does it very nicely, already making this transition. Gotta get it a little bit higher, then able to lock it in. Ooh, and just slips off. I don't know if it's the extra difficulty or just how long they've been hanging on that swivel limit that ends their run.
Also, maybe a byproduct of how you grab onto the limit and whether your momentum carries you too far down as well.
No. Well, Lionel Castillo from Lynn, Massachusetts.
Another one of our New England competitors has elite male competitor Emma Giacomo on the sideline.
To our final 17, heat number 2. Heat number 3, we'll have our fastest through heat 1 and 2. Sorry, stage 1 and 2.
Opting to skip the first 2 chains on the chain link.
We'll crown a world champion in those heats. So don't go anywhere. 30 seconds, we'll pull it out. Now 35 seconds, he's gonna make this transition over to the next mic drop.
Opting to go with the switch grip.
Able to get now 40 seconds, make it 45 as he works his way up this rest bar, which adds a little bit of strain to the hands just to even get it up if you're not able to fully swing around. Rest clock winds down. We'll now drop in. Minute 5. Gonna lift it around, going all the way around. Able to lift it high enough to lock in. Minute 20. Grabs on, will now fully reach over. Does so well. Minute 30 as he makes this second rotation.
Nearly had some of his fingers peel off on the right cliff.
Sticks it. Now, will he go for this full swing to grab onto that iron to get the touch point, or will he use that transition board?
Looks like he may be going for the touch point.
We'll get it, but unable to fully secure on that iron summit. That will now be good enough for 5th place. So we're seeing a lot of our athletes complete the swivel limit. They're not really get a fair shot at the iron summit because they're not really to hold on. Now Austin Small from South Dennis, Massachusetts. Ten seconds. Make it 15. Quickly just going through each and every one of these chain links. Tremendous pace. You know speed's very important through these first 4. Likes to not try to pull it out while on the trapeze bar. Does it while he's on it. Immediately links to the next mic drop. We'll get that touch point with about 40 seconds. 42 seconds. Now tries to make this next transition. Lifting it up, able to lock it in with 50. Great job here with a minute. Already on the second one in 13th place, but can really move up the ranks if he's able to complete it. Tad bit low. He tries to go for it the first time. Second time, can't get it. And that just too many times of asking to complete. And that will end Small's run.
Both times came up just a couple of inches under where he needed to be. Fortunately, his body weight then shifted a little bit too much lower than he needed to be.
Now it will be Kalen Kaminsky from Apollo, PA. At the Steel City Ninja Gym. link off that second staple into the rest point, but most of our athletes like to not use that rest point at all, just flying through to the chain link. Now onto this trapeze bar, statics through. I was able to pull that first mic drop out ahead of time, so it gives him a little bit of extra speed. And gets the second mic drop. Grabs on with 45, so that'll slide him into 25th place. So around the status quo of our previous athletes. Chalk up using all this rest time.
It'll be interesting to see if he makes it to the second board, whether he opts to skip the third over the touch point.
On that far side, this first one has been very easy for our athletes. We'll try to transition to the second. We've seen a couple slip ups here. Kalen will shake out those hands, get a little bit more blood flow.
See him use that vertical limit here. Or not. 4'10" wingspan.
Statics through and now trying to lift it. A bit hard for him, but able to secure it. You can see just fingertips away. Now get both hands. Looks that rock hold. Let's see. I think he's building the momentum to try to immediately static to that rock hold on the far side. Can't see it on our camera angles, but there is a very small rock hold that gives our athletes a little bit extra room to work with, but unable to do so. And will end his run without completing the limit. Now Charlie Mackey from the SoFlo Ninja Academy and calls Tucson, Arizona home.
Opts to link the staples.
And immediately get to that trapeze bar. This chain link has now become very easy.
Another one of our competitors opting to detach the first mic drop before moving through. Quickly moving to the end of the first swivel limit.
Able to lock in that first. Tries to transition to the second now. Has both hands on that rock hold closest to him.
Currently just 53 seconds have gone off the clock.
And 8th place off of it now, just falls off, and you can see kind of that downside. If you're not real strong with that VL hand, that's not on any of the rock holds. You just say all your body weight gets flung off. There's really no recovering it. Now Gavin Balzotti from Marston Mills, Massachusetts.
Another one of our New England competitors, trains at Vitality Obstacle Fitness.
Immediately on the staples, we'll now link to the next. 15 seconds, which has been kind of this new norm. All of our athletes have been making very quick work of these early obstacles. Grabs onto next, we'll try to slide it out. Does so barely. Able to then. 35 seconds. I'll get that touch point around 40. Now where it really gets tough is the swivel limit. I see numerous athletes fail.
Went right on without really any rest time.
Speed's a factor, able to lock in that top one. Really trying to get to that back of that L bar so you can have as little space in between. Grabs on, we'll see what he does here to transition to that final little VL. Gets both hands on, tremendous strength here from Gavin. Tries to grab it, but just slips off. And you can see the strain on his hands by doing that. So tremendous work. Now Bentley Boyd from China Grove, North Carolina.
Bentley off, quickly summoning the vertebrae. Opts to take one swing on the first. Does link to the second and the third. Now off onto the chain link.
And 5 seconds will immediately already starts this mic drop. Very quick pace here from Boyd.
Slides down the first go around. No rest time.
Good enough for a 9th position. Tries to go all the way across and can, so locks it in. Now, grab on, try to fully go across. Well, VL actually for 1 second, then we'll get over to that block grip. You can see most of his body weight shifting over to that back and side. Tries to make the full transition, has to go back. He's making a lot of extra work for himself now. He's gonna have to swing all of his body weight forward and just can't do it. A little bit too long, stranded in the air. Now Judah Bostic from Huntersville, North Carolina. And Bostic's off. Immediately jumping towards the first staple, leaps towards the next. Now work on these chain links. And that first one and second one, and sorry, that first one and the last one, he gets skipped quite often. You see it get skipped again. See our athletes trying to find any sort of kind of place in this course where you don't have to use your hands. Save that grip strength for later, especially on the swivel limit. 40 seconds will now be elapsed. He'll probably get his touch point around 43. Gets there.
Essentially exactly 43.
I will chalk up very quickly. Got up that bar, so have as much time as possible to rest.
First competitor that we've seen in a little bit that has opted to use the rest time. We've seen some go straight into it. Nathan took around 17, 18-ish seconds.
Starts, we'll try to
settles it in and now going for the second limit.
try to fully go across, able to, well, VO with that left hand. Enough
vertical
to
limit
just,
there, but couldn't hang on.
we've seen that issue a lot, moving that right hand across, which will put all that body weight, what's acting as kind of a fulcrum, which will just drop all of our athletes down to the ground very quickly. Now to our final 10 runners of heat number 2. Once again, don't go anywhere. We still have one more heat of action. Nathan Kelly from Linfield, Massachusetts, out of the Surge Ninja Gym. See, wearing his favorite color as his headband and socks, hot pink. Now we'll link through the staples immediately onto that rest bar, so saving a lot of time there, not back swinging. Now just going from one to the next. In between, we'll grab on and immediately be able to pull out that first mic drop, which some of our athletes have had issues with.
Gets to the rest bar in roughly 30 seconds.
Good enough for 8th place. That's a height of 14 feet 2 inches, which we've seen a couple times our athletes make a couple mistakes, so I don't think he's 14 feet tall. But I always have to mention it because I think it's funny. Now Kelly, 50 seconds. Try to fully go across. Now locks it in. So no really wasted movements here from Kelly. No time to rest. It's a bit low, but able to muscle it high. A minute 10. Only use that transition board, or will he go straight for the Iron Summit? Using that transition board and now that wingspan that he has, a little bit extra than some of our athletes in this division, allows that transition to the Iron Summit to be much easier. First athlete in quite a while to get a real take at it.
I guess it helps when you have a 14-foot 2-inch wingspan.
Now, already on this final Iron Summit. Will he just immediately go for it, though? Looks like he's milling the swing to do so. And does. Able to hold on.
He needs to keep his legs up. Gets his knees under the resting bar, and now will take a quick breather. 1:53 off the clock.
In third position, behind Julian McDuff, who was able to complete at a minute 31. Take first, he was able to complete the cliffhanger from Hugo and Matthew.
Going up to the fourth set of ledges. Clenching his fingers.
We'll have to get to this next one, leaps for it. We're gonna have to hang on one hand while he blindly grabs the next.
Now time for the Lachey.
Just slips off, and that will end his run. Good enough for third place, just one away from getting that touch point. Doesn't get credit for completing nearly 90% of it. And that would be Caden Norden from Rockledge, Florida. Our current stage leaderboard real quickly.
Norden comes out of Obstacle Ninja Academy in Orlando.
His first staple. Immediately to the next. The pace will ramp up the deeper and deeper we get into Heat 2, and we'll get to the very quick starting point as we start Heat 3, remember? I think almost all of our athletes in Heat 3 completed Stage 2. Which will put them in contention for the World Championship that they completed Stage 1. I'll pull out that first mic drop. Has to go back, though. Will grab on with his left hand, or my mistake, his right hand. Now we'll go for it. 50 seconds, ignore the rest timer going down. Pulls it out, 55 seconds. It's taken quite a while to get through this early portion of the course, and 42nd because of it, but can erase all of that work if he gets through this swivel limit. Using all the rest he can get. Now drops in. Grabs that side. Has been very much the norm between our competitors to complete this first limit. You can see twisting his legs around to build and generate momentum to make that rotation just that little bit much easier. Now we'll chalk up here, shake out those hands. Get a little bit of blood flow back into him before attacking the second limit. Now we'll go for it. For UVL, we're just trying to go immediately for it. Goes immediately for it, so.
He's only around 3 of his fingers attached. Again, another competitor peels off on the second swivel limit.
You can see when they pick up that right hand, all of their body weight gets shifted. And even our best runs, you know, Timmerland, Granikov, Tang from Las Vegas, Nevada, so quite a travel a ways.
Trains out of the Ninja Layer gym.
We'll start off.
Here's something you don't see too often. He has green shoes on to match the colors.
Immediately on that first staple, we'll go to the second.
Really methodically working his way through the chain link. Gets the touch point. Now we'll move on to the mic drop.
Great pace thus far from Timmerland.
Currently about 40 seconds off the clock. This is through the mic drop. Now for the swivel limit.
Take his 20 seconds of rest. Can't get up there as quickly as he would want, but Got to it fast enough to get into 28th place. Just tell how many of our athletes have gotten to this point and failed, because completion here will most likely put them in the top 10. First transition, gets it. Now immediately to the next. Let's get to the next. Reach for it right now. Has the length to do so. Lifts it, now very shallow. Lifts it and tries to lock it in, but unable to, and that will end his run. Just inches away. Now Jorge Armas from Miramar, Florida. Assuming that's a typo, because if he was born in 2020, he'd be 6, or 5 actually. So we'll assume that's a typo.
Probably referring to him competing, maybe.
Weird way to say it.
Could say his ninja career was born.
First staple. Make it immediately to the second.
Linked it, came in low in the second one. No issues, however. Now working his way through the chain link. Onto the final cliffhanger, going to opt to skip the final link.
George doing a great job thus far. We'll now try to pull it out. Struggling it. We've seen some of our, we'll say, smaller athletes really struggle with this mic drop, getting their weight behind it. You can see trying to sling it back. We'll grab onto the trapeze bar behind him.
Use that second trapeze as support.
He's just really struggling with it.
Now about 50 seconds off the clock.
All the swinging he's doing is going to tire himself out, but finally able to get to it.
Really hit his right hand onto his head in the process.
That one much easier for George. Now we'll finally get to the swivel limit rest point.
Got there in about 1:07. Going to take a breather.
Minute 25 remaining for George. Trying to make that full rotation around, locks it in very nicely. We've seen this become the norm for most of these athletes in heat number 2. It's just been the second swivel in that third transition board where they've faltered quite a bit. Now George shaking out those hands violently, trying to get as much blood flow as he can as soon as possible. Doing his best. Goes now. VL completely having both hands to make that transition.
Does manage it. The first competitor that we've seen in a while be able to move it without shifting their body weight too much. Still trying to hook it on. Got a little bit too high. You usually don't see that. Now a little bit too low. There's a little bit of a stopper there, and it looks like he's stuck a little bit. And that brings him down. It's a little bit hard to tell here on our camera view, but as you can tell, there's a small stopper that keeps it in place once you hook it completely. Fortunately, couldn't jam it over that. That leads to the end of his run.
Now Harry Epstein from Western Springs, Illinois.
His 4th season of Ninja Warrior. Loves doing ninja at open practice, open gym, park, the basement, pretty much anywhere. He'll do ninja.
We'll go to this first staple, transitioning to the next. Had the privilege of seeing what I'm going to assume is his sister earlier on in this competition compete. Family of ninjas, always love seeing that. First that first trapeze. Get to the next. Great work. Nearly there. Fully pull up ahead. So I'm currently trying to do my other job right now. Give me a second. 1 minute. I have about 5 seconds remaining.
Mounting his way onto the swivel limit. Rests his right hand on top of the vertical limit ledge.
Minute 15 as he will lock on that first. We'll chalk up here, which is the first time we've seen this in a while. We'll slap those pants to get some chalk on them so he can use it in later points in this course if he gets there. Now, minute 35 as he will shake out that hand. Going for it now and gets it. Interesting to see what strategy he'll impose here. We'll VL that left hand, then we'll go to that far point. Now really swinging, slams into the bar the first time. He's trying to build a lot of momentum, but all of his momentum going backwards. He's going the complete wrong way. Got to fight. Sadly, you can't go this way to lock it in. Or actually, you can. He goes
You
under.
might be able to. He
Ooh.
nearly did.
Went all the way under it. First time we've seen that. Very inventive. We just can't stick it.
Didn't have quite enough. So you move on to the fifth to last competitor in this wave, Peleg Lashem.
Our first competitor from Israel in this stage. We've seen throughout the competition across all age divisions. The Israeli stable of athletes really like to push the pace, really like to set a new fastest time. They do so very effectively.
Aggression, the name of the game here.
Rest point there. We'll immediately go into this chain link. Grabbing on. You can see just static through these movements very nicely. Trying to really pull out that first mic drop. Does it with all the strength he can get to it. Langston X pulls it out much more nice, and then immediately to that first rest bar. Doesn't take it though. 45 seconds in 18th place. He was able to complete this swivel limit as quickly as he's moving thus far. He'll catapult himself into a, I think, top 8 position.
Uses the limit hold to get himself onto that leftward cliff ledge.
See, just great strength, phenomenal grip strength to do it as quick as he did. Now we'll get to the third transition aboard. Many runs have ended here.
Trying to get his way up high.
It's just
His
great
hands
strength.
clasped close together, makes it to the rock hold.
See, using that vertical limit grip, and now able to touch that iron summit. We'll start on it. We'll chalk up right here. So getting to this point now, good enough for 5th position actually. 17 seconds behind our leader at this juncture. He'll begin. Now,
Both hands on the second peg.
has that first peg in his hand. He's really struggling with that grip on his left hand. Can't get it strong enough to have enough time to transition. Let's see, keep having to readjust.
Going straight arm, not
Interesting.
locking
Has it
off.
under his chin now. Wow. Great work there. Transitions it by putting the bar under his chin so he can get his right arm instead. See if he does the same thing here. You can tell his left arm clearly wavering. Able to find a little bit more grip there. Has both.
Left the bar clinging there for a minute. Looked like it was almost close to falling out.
See, it's behind him now, so he's going to have to make this jump unless he wants to reach back.
So he's going to go for it.
Ooh, feet touches the ground. It does get that touch point, so he will complete the Iron Summit, and he will hold 5th position and getting 6 points. Now Nolan Greenfield from Syracuse, New York. We'll start this vertebrae, which has been an afterthought for all of our competitors, just completing it around like 5 to 6 seconds. Mainly on these staples does Greenfield.
Link straight through. Now, the third test, chain link.
Five seconds here as he now goes through this trapeze bars, which transitions into the mic drop.
Revealed the fourth to last run of this wave. After that, we'll take a brief intermission before we're back for more. Opts to roll over onto the rest bar. Only about 50 seconds off the clock here. So he wastes the fifth obstacle of our course, the swivel limit.
Oh, full minute has eclipsed. As he makes that first transition. It's been very easy for competitors. Let's see. Smoothly to the second limit.
Led off with his left hand there.
Now
And
grabbing
going
it
for
across. No VL grip here.
Just go straight cliffhanger, trusting in his wingspan here.
Able to then.
Goes cross-armed, manages to stay afloat. Went for the touch point. That will vault him
Into
to sixth place.
Down to our final three competitors. We'll have, I think, quite a long break in between, according to our schedule. The Preteen Male third heat will start at 1:14, so we'll have around about 15-minute break, give or take. Let's see how long these competitors are able to last. So Wiley Wales from Raleigh, North Carolina, about an hour and a half east of here.
Trains out of a Rock Solid Warrior. Opts for the link here. Skips that opening chain.
Grabs that next. We'll get that first, now second trapeze bar. Stacks through very nicely. Tell the pace and the strength has really ramped up here in the back half of heat number 2. Pulls out that second mic drop. We'll make the transition now with around 42 seconds. Slot into the high 20s. This is clearly not where he wants to slot in. Ooh, kind of struggled with that transition, but able to lift it up using that little extra bit of strength. But moments like those can really pile up on a run. Can end them shorter than they should. Now Wiley gets to the next.
Took some chalk between the first and the second limit from his coach, Brett Strong.
Seen that a couple times from some of our athletes. But now VL on the back side of it. Great strength there. Immediately transitions.
Still helps to have that rest time at his disposal along with chalk.
Oh, now really swinging backwards. You might have to go for that same thing. Oh, wow. Beautiful work there from
Wow.
Wiley. Goes around the world and now able to lock it in that way. The full fall, but hang his hat on that. Able to stick it. It's just tremendous work there from Wiley as we now move to Almog Gross.
Penultimate runner of the wave. After him, it's Jack DeLuca, and then we're off to intermission.
For our final two. Gross will get ready. So we're taking some time. We're resetting our course. Gross. Our second Israeli athlete in this heat and in this division on stage 3.
He's trained Ninja for 6 years, a member of the Ninja Prime team. Placed second in endurance at WNL 2024. And also is a Premier Series finalist.
You can tell endurance courses are his thing. He's on stage 3, so he can showcase off his talent, what strength he has.
Speed 2, only 20 seconds. Already gets the touch point out of obstacle number 4.
30 seconds, and he's immediately on that second mic drop, slides it out, goes for it now and sticks it into 11th place. Right outside that top 10, probably the quickest we have seen through the first 4 in quite a while. We'll chalk up here. Clap those hands, make sure both hands have a thorough amount of chalk. Now we'll start with 50 seconds. Grabs onto that side, we'll make this transition. Very steady. No real fluctuation in the height. See, really no wasted movements, not taking time to rest, because it's absolutely necessary. As Gross, just staticking through to that far left-hand grip. A little bit under, so he's got to lift it up just barely. Got to swing back, then we'll go for it. Able to stick it that time.
Locks it in now, going for the third limit. This one's stationary, has a rock climb hold. He'll opt to go with that. Moves to the iron summit. Minute 30 off the clock.
Looks like he did not get the point, so we'll get that fixed with our scoreboard. So we don't know exactly where he's slotted in right now. Looks like it's going to catch up shortly. Not sure when we'll get a full. I think it is actually. Now he's in 6th place still. Iron Summit now has to reach back.
So he's going to take the extra precaution of going for the 5th insertion.
Lock it in, then just statics through. So that will complete. That completion puts him in 5th.
Could be a byproduct of seeing one of our recent competitors go for the skip. Unfortunately, not have enough to keep his legs from touching the mat, resulting in a failure.
5 seconds left in his rest. Drop into this cliffhanger.
2:20 off the clock now.
Quickly on that second one, making very quick work of this cliffhanger. Tremendous leap there. Tremendous leap there. Now we'll get to this blind reach around. Finds it well. Grabs onto it. Tries to immediately link towards the next. Just fingertips away. And now we'll end his run in 5th place. But still something you can be proud of. Got through 6 out of 8. Really still haven't seen a real go at the ladder. Now Jack DeLuca, our final runner of heat number 2, will have around a 15-minute break once again in between heats. I think I haven't got a full confirmation on that. We'll get one very shortly. DeLuca out of Stamford, Connecticut. Trains at the Stanford Ninja Academy. His favorite part of Ninja is, well, competing and obviously all the friends he's made along the way.
Would imagine it's been easier to get in a Ninja when you have a home gym essentially right in your backyard.
Now DeLuca will begin, immediately climbing up. A little bit more momentum before going into the staple.
Doesn't have to go for the link, opts to go for one backswing. Does the same for the second onto the resting bar.
DeLuca will start to ramp up the pace here on the chain link. You can see already doing so, taking that little extra time on the staples to make sure it doesn't slip off. Skips that final chain link immediately to that second trapeze bar. Able to pull out that first mic drop. Grabs onto it, will now slide it out so very nicely. Great work immediately using all that momentum to pull it around. Now we'll get situated, sits down with around now 10 seconds remaining. Get ready to start this swivel limit. Time winding down, gotta go now, and does. Now we'll try to go across. See, trying to get to that back half of the swivel limit to really start using all his hips, swinging around his legs to start that motion. Locks it in very nicely. Kept it on a straight line the entire way there. We'll chalk up here. We've seen this strategy used by a few of our athletes before starting this second limit. It's there. Now, going across. Now, as you can see, has that VL grip in between. It's much more stable, but kind of risky for these athletes to do so. We've seen many of our athletes try to do it and fail. But when it does work, it works to perfection.
Just to go around, work around the back.
Wow, great work there. Using the momentum that he gained by twisting himself off that one kind of VL grip. serves as a fulcrum.
Now
Now
try and switch his grip.
kind of stranded here on the second iron. Someone has that peg in hand. We've seen some of our athletes really struggle with inserting it in safely. Will now hang by his right arm. Try to get a little bit more blood flow back into the hands. Take a little bit of rest here.
Trying to shake out that lactic acid building up.
Reaches behind, now goes forward. We'll see if he goes for the immediate dismount or take that extra precaution that Gross did ahead of him.
Settled into that fourth peg, now trying to settle it into the fifth.
I'll take that extra precaution. He'll get both arms to it. Maybe going to try to reach around with his legs. Goes for his hands instead, now able to sit down.
He's through, and then we'll move him into 7th place.
And our slowest that we've seen at this juncture. But can take second position. He's able to be the second person to complete the cliffhanger. Only one person has. It's Hugo and Matthew who did that earlier on. But he didn't really get a good go at the ladder. Tremendous work here from DeLuca already.
Up to the 4th cliffhanger panel.
Exactly.
Looking for the 5th, a sideways jump, can't land it.
Get down, and that will end his run and end heat number 2. We'll pop our current stage leaderboard. You can see Hugo, only one to complete the cliffhanger. DeLuca's run will slot him into 7th.
He said the next wave at 114.
15.
So we have 13.
Okay. So we're on a 12 minute break for you guys. So take this time, get some food, take a bathroom break. We'll be back shortly. Yes. We'll take a little bit of time. We'll probably be back in around 1:12 for you guys. So we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back here for heat number 3, our final heat of this preteen male division. And this heat will be the one that crowns a new world champion in the preteen division. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for watching. Right here in the heart of North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina. And we're already off to our first runner. We'll have Rafael Cypress from Houston, Texas.
That's in the middle of the first staple. Goes for the second.
Already on that second staple, and now immediately on this chain link, we'll definitely see the pace ramp up here. All of these people are the quickest in stage number 2. But as you know, this third stage really testing the endurance of our athletes. Of course, designed to really test the arm strength, the grip strength, core strength, just overall strength of our athletes. As Rafael now quickly up. Looks back at this timer. Make sure to see how much time he has. He's got around 10 seconds to work with now. You can see here, just shaking out those hands, just taking a breather. Sitting there now, just trying to focus on attacking this next obstacle, the swivel limit. Instantly moving through. Showing great intent. Using that rake time to kind of have a plan. Now we'll transition. Tries to lock it in. Grabs on. And secures it. Well, now trying to make that full rotation.
Using his right hand on the vertical limit.
This is the more kind of conventional route.
In both hands. Puts his right hand out. We'll shake it off. We'll see if he gets his shot from his coach, Grant.
You can see that transitional board in between. It's going to be really tough to deal with. Ooh, just fingertips away. Does get the touch point, so he'll be in 11th, but just barely slides off. Look at our World Championship leaderboard here. You can see our top 15. And you can serve this as kind of a reverse order, so you'll see Tyler Bowers round out heat number 3. We now have Kieran Martin from Horsham, Pennsylvania.
Trains out of the Gravity Forge.
Get ready for his run.
As a power ranking of Grand Champion, the highest rank that you can receive in the WNL Power Rankings.
Immediately will drop into the staples. Now on the second one. Tell the pace here, not really any, we'll say, unintentional movements, any times where you have to take breaths early on. Just immediately going onto these trapeze bars. More knows time is of the essence. Struggling to pop out that first mic drop. Able to then. Now going back and forth. Drops onto it. Slings it back this time. 50 seconds. Beautiful work there. We'll try to fully rotate. Gets that leg wrapped around. Get some chalk here from Coach Jackson. Get both hands. It's ready. Now the minute 10, using all that 20 seconds. Now straight into it. Martin will reach that hand all the way to that back of that first swivel. Can't grab onto the top of it, only blue only, so. Get ready here, Martin. Now we'll go all the way across. Shakes out that hand before he does. Look at that vertical limit grip. Next to do with both hands. Tremendous strength here from Martin, trying to muscle himself up to get the momentum necessary, and does it very well. You can see has full faith in his grip, not solely relying on those rock holds that are afforded to our athletes. See immediately going to that vertical limit. Now grabs onto that back rock hold. Immediately will start this iron summit. Martin making great time. In 13th place now as the swivel limit has started to get solved more and more. We'll chalk up here quickly before. take it from both hands. Now we'll start. On the next, we'll try to slide that one out behind him. Really struggles to, then able to get it. See, trying to change his grip, turns it to more of a pencil holding that pole. Gonna retreat back. Actually go fully back to the first, then we'll go. Interesting to see here. We've seen some of our athletes trying to kind of rotate the hands. And that will be the end of Martin's run. Really struggled on the iron summit, but still good enough to get past the swivel limit and get into 13th place. Now Bryce Zelasco, we got there eventually, from Jupiter, Florida.
Trains out of the lab. You can see his coach, Flip Rodriguez, on his sideline.
Now get ready for his go at this real tough stage 3 course. Immediately through the vertebrae, now on these staples.
Currently no finishers as we're in our final wave of competition.
Back and forth. Grabs on ahead of time now. Keep going through this chain link. One hand to the next. Very easy for competitors. Goes for 2 hands on that final chain link. Works out well for him there. Now we'll struggle to pop out the first mic drop. Fully transition so he can do it. And we'll swing back and forth, then goes for it. He'll immediately go to that rest bar. Have to work himself up using the sides. A little bit more stress on the hands, but works out in the end. Now gets ready for this swivel limit. Go to that backhand side. So you're starting to twist those legs, twist those hips to get enough momentum to pop that limit out.
Trying to make sure his body's in unison so that way he's not swinging against himself. Looks like he figured it out.
25 remaining. Sorry, laps, my mistake. Now we'll fully transition. You can see more of these athletes in heat number 3 trusting their grip, using that vertical limit grip instead of just solely relying on their rock holds.
It'd be a byproduct of the wingspan that we're seeing from our competitors here today.
A little bit lower. Now able to lock it in. A little bit of chalk here, a little shake out the hands before going into this very tough third static aboard. Just standing right there. We'll go for it. See tremendous grip strength here from Bryce. Now we'll transition to this iron summit. See, not fully off of that board yet. Got that touch point, which will lock in his time for 15th place. Now begins the summit. Between has both hands on that second one. We've seen early on our athletes struggle with getting that peg fully in.
Leaves the peg in the third insertion. He figures out what he's doing on the second. Pulls it out now. It's the same here for the fourth. Reaches back. Tries to adjust where he's handling it. See if he can position himself better. Now swinging only on the fifth, trying to make his way over to the resting bar, and he gets it.
Does that with about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We'll chalk up. And now knows the only way he can go farther in the leaderboards is complete the cliffhanger. Only one person has done that thus far. No one's had a real shot at the garage door ladder. Here in the preteen division, the garage door not really a factor. It's up at all times. Now shake out his hands on that second cliffhanger. This is a real tough jump here. Make out all the swing he can get and just barely slides off. Still a tremendous run there for Bryce. Good enough for 8th place. And now we'll have Brandon Wyzowski from Edwardsville, Illinois. Ready for his run. Trains at a Shinobi Fitness.
Also trains at the barn with Phil, Sam, and Isabella Folsom, plus Tyler Smith, who's on his sideline. Tyler won the Elite Head-to-Head Championship yesterday. This is the final day of WNL activities here today.
Immediately through these chain links. Now we'll go from one to the next, one hand to the other. Very traditional. We've seen this be very rudimentary for these athletes, especially in these later heats. The real challenge starts after you get through these mic drops, but mic drops can cause some early challenges with struggling to fully delatch them to start the swing. Now able to do so. Tries to go for that pull around, but it's enough of it so he can wrap his leg around to sit down. 50 seconds has elapsed. He'll use probably the full 20 of his rest. 5 seconds remaining. Drops in with about 3.
Just a minute off the clock now. He shimmies his way across the first board.
That far hand side will try to make that full transition. Able to lock it in, so now get ready for the transition to the second swivel limit. Shakes out those hands, gets ready for this next challenge ahead. Grabs on. Oh, in between, it had a small vertical limit hold. Elects to go for this very wide kind of wingspan version of it, not trusting the vertical limit hold. And now have to trust it here if he wants to use that third transition board. It's almost required. Trying to find it. He only by 2 fingers. Gets the touch point though. Until that vertical limit hold, not really in the repertoire there for Brandon, but still good enough for 14th place.
So we now move on to Augustin Vega. Competing in his 4th Worlds, comes from Ackworth, Georgia. Through the vertebrae.
Through these staples, grabs on. Great work. You can see these, I've mentioned it many times, this first 4 obstacles are very kind of just the status quo for these competitors, not showing really any struggle. It's that swivel limit when we get to it. But the real challenge starts for these athletes, but the obstacles ahead of the swivel limit, it's that little bit more of kind of strain and pressure onto the hands of our athletes as Vega now gets sat down, ready for his take on the swivel limit. This first bar has been very, very easy for our competitors. Not many failures here. Oh, interesting to drop down.
Underbar.
And swings through. We'll now make that full transition to lock it in. Does so nicely. Get ready for this next transition. Finds it. We'll use that vertical limit grip to work his way across. And now his current position has that right arm in between. Now moving very nicely. Grabs on. Both hands to that rock hold grip so you can take a little bit of time to shake out the hands. Now grabs. One to the next, and the hands just slip. It's very taxing on that third board. And Vega's run will end there. Next up is Drew Morelli from Jerseyville, Ontario, Canada. Get ready as I'm not entirely sure when we start our competitors that are in contention. Take a little bit of time, I think. waiting for his coach to come over.
You guys can check in at stage 3 tall. First runner will be in about 15 minutes for wave 2 of the tall males over at stage 3 tall.
Our first Canadian athlete here in heat number 3. So he gets ready to start his run, a little bit of break. Gets ready. Morelli says his journey has been supported by an incredible team, including his family, coaches, mentors, sponsors, and the Hamilton community. And represents Team Canada on the world stage. And he is off. Climbs up now as we'll start his journey throughout this first half of the course. Back and forth on this first staple. Able to stick it.
And for anyone curious about when we get into the battle of athletes eligible for World Champ, that begins in 2 runs when Braden Wood becomes the first World Champion eligible competitor to take to stage 3.
We'll get to that point when we cross it. Now 30 seconds. Just let this mic drop. Now these early runners, right before our World Championship contenders, just barely slipped up, but they're still some of the quickest athletes we have. It was just that one small mistake, so the pace will really ramp up here. Maybe we'll see some new ideas, new techniques on display for some of our championship contenders to take into account. We'll have, if I'm not mistaken, 20 people in contention. Now in between. Tries to push it up, unlatch itself. You can see it just really forces it.
Drew, one of the more speedier ninjas in the division, had the fastest non-stage 1 clear. Made it to the final obstacle, stage 1, in 18.4 seconds. You can see right now just made it to the 5th obstacle, stage 3, in 1:30.
Now on this Iron Summit we'll go. This is giving some of our athletes some trouble, especially of transitioning from one peg to the next. Drew able to adjust. Now we'll get it in. She's really struggling here, but tremendous one arm strength. Now he's going to go for this immediate jump. You can tell. Gets his feet there. And just barely has the length to do so.
Got the point, went for it, hooked his legs around, and he's through.
So nice little chalk up here.
6 obstacles down, 2 to go for Drew Morelli to make his mark to potentially be our first clear in the Preteen Male stage 3.
Just hanging here. We'll use a little bit of time to rest, shake out those hands as he starts these cliffhangers. First real tough jump. He's got to leap himself forward. You can tell gaining swing, building momentum. Does so, but just barely slips off on that second rock hold. That will end his run there. But good enough for 5th position. We'll have our final non-World Championship contender, Evan Marsher from New York Mills, New York. And a fun fact about him, he does not use chalk throughout his run. Interesting to see that. We've seen many of our athletes just can't get enough of chalk. Evan says, none for me.
Gonna end up saving him some time today.
We'll immediately start his run. Now just linking through these, just great pace here from Evan already on these chain links. After 10 seconds, only about 1/10 off of our current leader, Hugo Matthew, who's been the only one to complete the cliffhanger. Did that in the back half of heat number 1. Now just quickly through. Evan, our fastest to not complete the first 2 stages. As I mentioned, these final 2 athletes are just probably one obstacle away from being in World Championship contention, so they're really going to push the pace here. Using that vertical limit grip. Now instantly, you can just tell everything is very quick with Evan. Not taking that extra time unless it's absolutely necessary. Tremendous trust in his grip strength. He's immediately on the Iron Summit. He's found 13 seconds on our leader. Hugo Matthew will now try to dislodge that first peg. Struggles to do so. Now get that transitions his grip, so he'll use his right hand instead. We've seen that strategy used a couple times. Now try to really struggling here. Trying to find the correct grip that makes it most comfortable for him. Now Marsher
Dislodges the second peg.
go from one to the next. I think he'll go for the immediate swing here. And barely sticks it.
Low.
Perhaps
His feet were a couple inches away from the mat.
get some water here. Once again, says don't use his chalk, so uses the usual chalk break as a water break. Now he'll drop in with 1:55 off the clock. Now in between. Immediately will make this next jump. Does so very nicely. Now make this next swing. Only one rock hold available. Now blindly will have to grab for the next. Does so. Wouldn't be shocked. He's building enough swing to go immediately for the next. And just barely can't get it.
Got the touch point, and that will vault him into first place.
Now our first World Championship contender, Braden Wood from Rockland, California. Trains at the Traverse Gym. And we'll pop this graphic right now. Won't be able to see Wood yet, but we will after his first run. We'll make sure we'll keep you updated on the World Championship festivities. As Wood will now set the tone for the next 20. Remember, all of the, I don't want to say the previous runs don't matter. They do matter for Strongest Ninja and other competitions, but in the eyes of the World Championship, these next 20 are the only ones that matter. So now, Braden Wood, that is his take on his World Championship bid. Can set the tone very early. Now, with seeing so many runners before him, you don't really have that added disadvantage of going first. You kind of have that advantage of you can set the tone, make it hard for the rest of these competitors early. Get that thought in their brain that they're going to have to show out their best. Don't make it easy for them. Now, 50 seconds on the swivel limit. We'll use this time to chalk up.
Also has the benefit of seeing 2+ waves in the way that they approach each obstacle. The only obstacle he hasn't really seen, the final one.
I mentioned. Now Braden Wood fully transitions. Seems this been the strategy to work. Now we'll try to static through, or maybe we'll just hop for it. We'll static. We'll use this vertical grip, most likely. We'll just go for it. Likes not to use it, so he'll just go for it. Just fingertips on that far rock hold. Now just a bit lower, but able to swing back and lock it in. So 1:35. Wood will slide off, and that will end his bid to be world champion. Slots it to 27th place with how things have shaped up. I'd be shocked if the pace isn't pushed by the rest of these athletes. Still a tremendous job by him to even get to that point. Now, Ethan Poe out of the Dexterity Depot calls Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania home. Missed most of this season due to an elbow injury.
Not the only Poe competing here. His brother Elias competed in the Elite Division. Also made it to Stage 3.
Been back since April. Set off some of his achievements. All that to focus on is this World Championship run at the forefront. Now, Poe unlocks that first mic drop immediately into that second. Tremendous pace here, enough for 21st. Have to do the rest. Lifting it up nearly all the way across.
Has to get it over the stopper, which he does. Floats it over now for the transition to the second panel.
Grabs it. Oh, now have to go all the way. Beautiful work. Now a full minute has elapsed. All the way under. Can't get it on the first time of asking.
Pushed it onto the
He's-
stopper the first time. Hooked it over the second, but could not hang on.
Now Poe went his bid as world champion. I think is currently in pole position for it. Yep, just did it 4 seconds quicker than previous athlete. So first, now our preliminary world champion, but Miles Wilson will have something to say about that from Ty Guard, Oregon.
As will the other 18 competitors after him, too. Should Miles Wilson clear stage 3, it then becomes a battle to clear the course faster than him. We haven't seen anybody make it through this 9-obstacle course. So
Oh, wow. That's very unfortunate for Wilson. Just slides off. Kind of maybe overlooked the staple. The staple very tough, and that's very unfortunate. Quickly into our next runner. It's Gideon Avery from Indian Trail, North Carolina. Would love to win the World Championship in his home state. Wouldn't have to take a flight home with it. Just make a couple-hour drive.
get to take the trophy home in the car.
Now Avery will begin his bid for world champion. Just saw his previous runner ahead of him fail the staple, but now knows to take it safely, but just linking them very smoothly. Immediately onto this chain link. No speed is of the essence. Now on these middle trapeze bars. Grabs onto that first mic drop. Will fully transition all of his body weight and electing not to pull it out ahead of time. Now we'll go. Grabs it. Sending it beautifully. Now 45 seconds as he reaches this very important rest point. We'll get up around 50 seconds. So we have around 10 seconds to rest here. Chalk up. Using all that time. Completion here will make him the preliminary world champion. Well, now
Only settling. Trying to unhook it, he does.
gonna go all the way around and able to get it.
Pulls it over the stopper. Now to transition to the second board.
Grabs it ahead of time, 1:30.
Again, opts for the vertical limit. See more and more competitors opt with that rather than trying to rely on using both cliffhanger ledges. Some of our competitors,
Ooh,
smaller wingspans.
slips off there trying to use that vertical limit grip.
We now move to Brandon Steinfeld.
From Beaverton, Oregon.
Finished second in stage 1 at WNL last year, 5th in FINA Speed Finals. Trains at Skyhook Ninja with Gavin White and Caden Maslin.
Steinfeld will now begin his his bid to be world champion. As mentioned, Steinfeld from Beaverton, Oregon, home of Oregon State. College town. We'd love to bring the world championship back home. Now we'll grab on. Immediately one to the next. Beautiful work here. Onto the trapeze. Once this mic drop, very quick pace here from Steinfeld. Knows how important speed will be. Definitely has the speed to do so. Links on, going all the way around. Chalk up. Spent nearly a minute, now a full minute on this course. And see on the screen, but using those rock holds to his advantage, will now transition. Grabbing onto the side. Does so very nicely. Well, now Kind of static to the next. Use that vertical limit grip. He will, so he'll, I think, just use that one hand, now both hands, inching his way across. Now trying to lift it, nearly there, locks it in. Inching it very closer. Now that final kind of transitional board to the iron summit ahead. Beautiful work there from Steinfeld. It's very imperative to get that touch point, and does, so now Steinfeld, just by completion, is now the preliminary world champion. Can widen that gap if he's able to complete the summit. Currently in 13th place overall. Struggling to get that first peg transition, as you have to grab onto the second. Wouldn't be shocked if you see him change hands potentially. We've seen that being used, but it'd be really tough with only one peg to work with. That's fully set. So now he's just, you can see, really struggling here. The more and more time he spends hanging, the more and more strain on his hands, and eventually it's just too much. He'll drop off.
Goes down, but he has set the new benchmark.
A little frustration there, but in 13th place now, Harper Cleaver from Happy Valley, Oregon.
Another one of our ninjas from Skyhook Ninja Fitness.
Down to our final 15 competitors.
And a reminder, at the end of this wave, we will crown a world champion for this division.
Now Cleaver immediately setting the pace. These chain links have been very easy for our competitors. Now the trapeze transition into the mic drop. Knee swing back and forth. Slides it back. Goes forward. Twirling all the way around. Cleaver able to get into a much more comfortable position to chalk up. It's ready to begin.
Rest time leaking off, and he's off.
Full minute on the course. Cleaver slowly but surely able to lock in that next.
See him pushing it forward a little bit. Trying to make that gap to the second panel more manageable. Another competitor opting for the vertical limit.
Now locks in the next, still using that limit grip.
See if he uses the hold on the back of the third panel.
All the way across.
Looks like he will. And gets the touch point.
Chalk up here. Before starting, just saw the previous runner fail here. Knows if he completes it, he's the new preliminary world champion. Already is just based off time. It's imperative that he widens the gap as much as he can. Now really struggling to get that first peg dislodged. He's going to change the grip. Maybe that will help. It does. Now trying to transition. You can tell that it's very tough for these athletes to safely get the peg to the next. Now Cleaver may have solved it. Stumbles there. Finds it that time. Will he go for that immediate jump, or will he find that extra safety? It's the immediate jump. You can tell by leaving that third peg behind. Goes for it, just slips off, and that will end his run. But completes the Iron Summit, good enough for 8th position, and to be our preliminary world champion. Next up is Levi Coder from Peoria, Arizona. He's been doing ninja for about 5 years, competing for 3. He'd love to add the world championship to his trophy cabinet. Next up. Maybe we'll start. Tries to transition and does. Grabs it. Now immediately through these chain links, one to the next. It's been very easy for our competitors. But speed is now very important. It's speed to completion of the Iron Summit. That is now the difference between world champion or not. Coder already popping out the mic drop, swinging back and forth. Grabs it, able to fully get that leg across. Now 50 seconds.
Taking a quick breather as he passes the minute mark. Za.
Coder going to the next. Going all the way across, lifting it and locks it in. Tries to make that vertical limit. We'll lift it up. Able to do so now a little bit low. He's going to lift it. Does so. Now Levi, minute 40. We'll have to grab one more. Now on that transitional board, just only using one hand, then transitions. So in 15th position. We'll have to complete the Iron Summit in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. You can see on your screen. So now he has around 30 seconds to work with. Now make it 20 seconds. So he knows that timing is in his head, so he's got to ramp up the pace. 2:15, 13 seconds between World Championship or disqualification from it. 8 seconds. He's going to get that touch point now. He can nearly do it. He takes a little too much time. Oh. And then time will wind down. He does it in 2 minutes and 30. If he had that touch point on that first leg swing, he would have had it. It's just too little, too late. So Coder will take 9th position, one behind our current world champion. But can change all of that if he completes the cliffhanger. Immediately on to the second. Transitioning to that third board, but this transition to the fourth is very tough. Has to put a lot of swing. Jump on, holds on. We'll now have these
sideways Lachey here, the fifth board.
Gets the next one, have to reach around blindly. Finds it. He's gonna build swing, so he's gonna go for this immediate transition, but you can tell that rear hand was wavering, so slips off, and that will end his bid to be world champion. Our next runner is Kaiyan Ji from Berkeley, California.
Kaiyan's stage 2 run was one of the more intriguing developments of the division. The 8th obstacle is stage 2, the salmon ladder to Skytrap. G landed the bar askew, and the only thing separating the right side of the bar from coming off was in fact his hand, which basically acted as a stopper that kept him in the hunt. Not only did he clear the obstacle, he went on to clear the stage, and as such he's still in the battle for world champion.
G, 30 seconds through his run, will grab onto that first mic drop. Slides it out. Swing back and forth. 45 seconds. .50 seconds as he gets that first rest point. So well off the pace of our current world champion. But it's not completion of the course that's in between. It's completion of the Iron Summit. So if you even get further back, completing the cliffhanger, you'll take preliminary world champion. Now G grabs that rear end using this very kind of, it's been established as the norm between all of our competitors. Now trying to go to the next. Does well. Uses this vertical limit grip. Does. Initially, still has that right hand on that first rock hold. Now grabs it. Immediately trying to find that transition. He's going to shake out his hands, change from one hand to the next so he can have a little bit of time for each hand. Now onto this transitional board. Has both hands in that vertical limit grip. Finally finds that rock hold and transitions to the iron summit. So we have 28 seconds to complete it to take preliminary world champion via speed. Got to really ramp up the pace. Now 18 seconds, 10 seconds have elapsed. Struggling to lock in the first. Really now finds it. All of our competitors thus far, or most of them at least, have struggled with kind of the very finite area they have. So now we'll have to do it via completion of the cliffhanger. Too much time has been taken by G to get it by speed. Still got to get to that touch point, and does. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Iron Summit completion. Takes 11th place. I'll say a preliminary third in the World Championship. Calls off the chalk, doesn't want it. Kind of winds down on his break. And gets it, so in between, 3 minutes. Transitions to the second. Still, you can tell, hands are starting to waver, trying to shake him out. Go. Ooh, slips off on that third cliffhanger. That will end his run and end his bid to be world champion. Our next athlete is Ty Pasha from Israel, our first Israeli athlete. We'll have 2 more after this in this bid to be world champion. As I mentioned earlier, the Israelis have been doing a great job of trying to push the pace. Immediately just flying through. Now on these chain links, got it done in 10 seconds. Only about 6/10 off our current leader.
Opting to spin around and go backward. Does work. Got through the first 3 obstacles in 20 seconds.
Pasha, this now about 4 seconds off Evan's pace, but remember, Evan, the last of our competitors to not be in contention, so I think much quicker than our current world champion. As he makes this transition a bit under and now finds it. Keeps going. Probably uses no vertical limit grip, just uses that kind of wingspan variation. No vertical limit here. Able to grab on. Both hands now immediately forced to use that vertical limit, and does. So he'll get through in around a minute. Finds that touch point. So 1:02. So he has plenty of time, around 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with to get through this Iron Summit. He'll take some of that time to rest. We've seen these Israeli athletes in across divisions rest during an obstacle, not during the rest times. We'll just fly through the rest times. 1:30, so 50 seconds. Closely there. We'll try to make this next transition. Gonna go for the immediate swing. 40. Grabs on. So Pasha, our new world champion at this current moment. We'll have 1:50 to work with. He's gone through, sorry, my mistake, 1:50 now. 2 minutes through this course. I go from one to the next on the second one. We'll now try to make the transition. Hanging by one hand, so you know clearly that lactic acid is starting to build up in those hands. We'll get to the second. Transitions to the third. And this first real tough jump, he's got to leap his way up. He's going to get chalk right here because he knows this is a very intensive jump on the hands. Momentum plus having to support all of your body weight plus the momentum built to hold yourself up. Gonna start now. Gets it. Shake out those hands. So now he has only one rock hold to work with the rest of the way. Let's see these next 2 jumps ahead. Let's see, getting chalk in between each jump. Now getting ready to go for it. Back and forth. Gets it this time. Will now have to swing behind and grabs it that time. This jump that's failed so many will slip off. They'll say he got the touch point. He was able to get it with one of his hands, so he'll take second place overall and first place in the World Championship bid. Now I will be less than shocked if that is taken up on a video review to see if he actually truly got the touch point. It was very close. I personally thought he didn't, but I also don't have as close as a view as the referee. Looks like our referee is coming over to talk to our course manager. I think speaking about how he was not entirely sure. We're going to bring that with our course manager, so we'll probably see that go to a video review. You can see that already. That yellow box there is indicating that it is under video review. Now Joshua Saracino from Middlefield, Connecticut is up next to make his bid to be world champion. Just saw the run ahead of him. So now his time to beat. He has to get through the cliffhanger in 3 minutes, 11 seconds. So even though this is an endurance course, you have as much time as you need. When it comes to being world champion, the clock gets set by the next runner ahead of you. Or sorry, the previous runner ahead of you.
Despite it being an unlimited time limit, still considered a race here. Not competing. You're competing both against yourself as well as against the field here.
Saracino are immediately on these mic drops, already through. And no rest taken immediately. He knows time is a factor. So no chalk, no rest as he starts to swivel limit. First transition goes smoothly. Now transitions to the second limit. We'll use that vertical grip. Gets there, so now he's going to use this kind of in between, using that smaller rock hold in his right hand, which has been much quicker, much more efficient. It's a tad bit riskier. Now, a minute 15 already on the Iron Summit, so he's really pushing the pace here. In 15th, based off this completion. Now, a minute 30. Grabs it ahead of time. Has two hands on that second peg. Trying to lend itself. Nearly there. Trying to find it. And gets it. A minute 50. Have a full minute in between. We go immediately for this dismount and gets it, but slides off into 7th position, and that will end his bid to be world champion, tentatively. Now Eli Paul will be our next runner from Parrish, Florida. He gets ready to start. Trains at the Jungle Gym. Many of our Floridian athletes come from there on this first staple. Immediately gets it. Now we'll grab it. Paul looking focused. Immediately having one to the next. 25 seconds have elapsed.
The barrier to make the top three in the World Championship right now, currently 2:28.58, set by Harper Cleaver.
Now grab it ahead of time. 45 seconds. Moves his way up. Now 10 seconds. Get 5 seconds, and now we'll drop in before the buzzer starts to sound. Now get ready to make this first transition to that second swivel limit. Finds it. We'll see what strategy he uses. Like to use those vertical limit, grips for just a split second to allow himself to get this wider grip, electing to not use it while making this transition. Now we'll have to really swing himself forward and able to lock it in. Tremendous strength there from Paul to keep going, but just slips off using the grip. And that's what fails.
Cross-armed. Looked like him going cross-armed was the thing that caught him off.
No. Yuri Shemtov from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Second Israeli competitor of the wave.
We'll have one more up ahead. We'll see him coming up, is Roy Oved.
Notched 5 podium finishes in 6 events. Finished 3rd place at the National OCR Championships last season.
Shemtov will start his run immediately on these chain links. We'll go from one to the next. Grabs onto that first, now second trapeze bar, swinging himself very nicely. Immediately off the first, onto the second mic drop. Tremendous pace here. No break necessary.
Leaves straight in, 32 seconds off the clock.
I've mentioned that earlier on, that these Israeli athletes don't like to use that 20-second allotted rest time. They like to rest during the obstacle while they're hanging. Allows them to get quicker on the touch points. And that time will be built up on one obstacle, so you'll see that sometimes they'll take 2 minutes to complete a cliffhanger, but they're really using that first minute as he's going to go around the world, then link it. We've seen that being used a couple times if the momentum goes awry.
Goes cross-armed, but that doesn't trip him up.
And Shemtov will now touch to get that touch point at 1:05. Making quick work of this Iron Summit, knowing no signs of getting those pegs linked up. He'll get this fourth one. He'll probably transition the hand to go for that immediate dismount. Elects to use that little extra safety. We've seen this being used by some of our athletes. He actually grabs on the arms, so now in 4th position. Faster than Evan Marsher at this juncture by 5.6 seconds. But if he wants to have a bid to be world champion, he's going to have to complete the cliffhanger, because tentatively Pasha has it completed by getting the touch point. We're not entirely sure if that happens, so that's under video review currently. Now, Shemtov. Now go for this next jump and sticks it beautifully. Shemtov really not showing any signs of struggle. Here is when he'll take his kind of first on-course rest. Did take it after completion of the Iron Summit. Now 2:15. If he completes this in a little less than a minute, which if he hangs here for that much time, he'll probably end his run. We'll now have to get to his final jump, which no one has really been able to stick, actually. Gets the touch point, and now he is our new tentative world champion. There's no question about it that he got that touch point. He had a full palm on it. And even after the video review, it won't matter for Shemtov's run, because he finds nearly 40, 50 seconds on Pasha. So now Grayson Salinas, our next bid to be world champion.
After him, 8 more competitors left in this division, the conclusion of which will decide our world champion. See whether it will be Shemtov, Salinas, or one of the 8 coming up in our field.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, the Rhino Ninja Gym would love to bring that World Championship trophy to the great state of Nevada. You can tell the crowd here realizing what's at stake. All of these fans, parents watching tentatively, knowing what's at stake in this division. As Salinas works his way through these chain links. But the real challenge really hasn't begun. These are things you have to do if you want to be world champion. It's not like, oh, I failed the mic drop, maybe I have a chance. Nope, it's over. It's now you have to complete the cliffhanger in faster than 2 minutes and 19 seconds, which these runners know. So this rest time is going to really catch up on Salinas unless he's able to complete the ladder at the end, which we haven't seen anyone actually get an attempt at it. Of the completions of the cliffhangers below have all been just barely by touching it. Shemtov's run is also under video review, as we'll make sure all of our runners that do reach a point like that get a fair shake. Just make sure maybe a foot touched the ground before, some little detail. Don't want this World Championship to be decided on something that didn't or shouldn't count. 1 minute 35, and Salinas will just slip off as the swivel limit claims one more. And that'll be Alfio Sharon from Manhasset, New York. My phone is covered in chalk dust.
As is mine.
And our final 8. Sharon would love this to be him as our world champion. Get ready to start his bid as world champion. Sharon is off. He knows what's at stake. He knows the time limit that is on his bid to be world champion. It's 2 minutes 18. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. 2 minutes and 28 seconds. And Marsher is not in contention. He was our quickest runner to not complete stage 1 and 2. He would win the stage currently, which is still a feat on its own, but is unable to lift the big trophy at the end. So 30 seconds as Sharon making very quick pace thus far. Already lifting the first of the limits, locks it in. So now 40 seconds, hasn't really taken a break thus far. We'll immediately go to the next. We'll see what strategy he likes to use. He'll use that vertical limit grip to transition. Use that right hand as a fulcrum to move it across very smoothly. It's probably the surest way to get that limit across, and he just spins around and falls off.
Unable to pinch enough there on that third panel.
And the swivel limit will claim one more, reminding all of our competitors that haven't ran and all the fans who are watching that it's still a very hard obstacle for these competitors. Now Dominic Preteen from Dalton, Ohio. Age 11, competed in 2 Tier 1 competitions this season, but has done his best body of work here at the World Championships.
Goes for the link here.
Preteen knows what's up ahead. I'll keep reminding the people watching at home that Yuri Shemtov is our world champion in second position. And Preteen knows that he has to get through this course, and we'll say around to have an even number on it, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Get it by the finest of margins, but it's kind of hard to, in your mind, to say, well, I needed to get this done in 2 minutes, 28 seconds, and .09. Want to have a little bit of a gap.
It is important to note that both Shemtov and Ite Pasha's runs are both under review. We'll update you when we hear more.
See that by
about
that
the
yellow
status.
You can see that by that yellow box. We'll probably not have an update until after everything is done. So we'll stay live for around 5 to 10 minutes. That's the a lot of time we have for video reviews after. Sometimes it takes longer than 30. The kids male division, which happened earlier on, much earlier on in this competition, as Preteen making very quick work of the second swivel. He's now really struggling to lock it in. He's going to have to go all the way around the world, lifting up. Can't get it that time. Finds it all the way back home, so he just does a full 360, and now does it the traditional way. But all of that strain and all that extra momentum wanes on Preteen's run, as I was mid-thought talking about that. The kids male division, there was a video review on the second of the 2 to complete the course. There was a video review, something was not set, so he got a rerun even after completing the course. That rerun did not end up deciding the World Championship. He failed at a much earlier junction of the course.
The elite male division, however, there was, I believe, a half-hour plus review.
Roy Oved will start his run.
And that run effectively decided that division's world champion, as Jackson Erdos became the title winner there.
25 seconds, and even with that as an afterthought, it's stage 3. And Jackson Erdos really put a punctuation mark on his run. Cruise through stage 3. Now Oved making tremendous time. Oved would love to dethrone his fellow Israeli Shemtov and being the one to take home the world championship. This is our final Israeli competitor. We'll have one more international competitor coming up. That's Salem Steele, who is on deck.
Could see an Israeli 1, 2, 3 in the podium as things currently stand in the World Championship.
Oved has to get there first, as he's 5.3 seconds quicker than Marsher was at this juncture, and you can tell making very quick pace. Marsher took a lot of time to complete the Iron Summit. So Oved will probably have a much larger gap. He needs to get to that touch point.
Not going to go for that skip, instead playing it more cautiously.
Got to that touch point with a 6-second gap now on Marsher, but could have had it around maybe 10, 12. So those finder's margins that gets these touch points, knows that the touch point to the Iron Summit, or sorry, the touch point that leads up to the cliffhanger isn't what decides the World Championship currently. It's the bar that's past the cliffhanger now on this first. Transitioning very nicely immediately to the second. He's going to build a lot of momentum here. No break needed. Oved sticks it with one hand. Beautiful strength there from Oved. Will now try to transition to these first of two. Only one rock hold available. He's going to shake out his hands now. Now goes for it. Knows he has to blindly reach around. The toughest jump up ahead. No one has really stuck it. No one has really had a firm grip. Immediately skips it and grabs on.
And make that one person who has stuck their firm grip on it.
Now our first person in to get a real shot at this obstacle. Now it does say wagon wheel to garage door. That's not what's up ahead. This is just a basic ladder jump. We'll swing in.
Basic flying bar here.
Get ready to start. First one sticks it. Second one up ahead. Now this one, the hooks are going either direction. It's going to be a bit uneven.
Looking for the Lachey here.
And unable to get it. Now this jump is really tough. Oved now our first place in the World Championship, but we really haven't had time to kind of explain what makes it a bit harder than just a basic ladder jump. You can tell, I don't know if you can tell on our screen. Can't right now, but the hooks are going either direction, so you have to get one, then kind of reach it under to grab the second. Now Salem Steele from St. Catharithians, Ontario, Canada. Now start his bid. So Oved, without video review in contention, is our current world champion. Completed now in 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so that's the new kind of bar. Steele knows what's up ahead, mainly on these mic drops.
He needs to make it there or to clear the entire course, which nobody in this division has done so far today.
To the next, will now bend it around, grabs on. 40 seconds.
The fifth to last challenger standing between Oved and the title of world champion.
Steele. 55 seconds. Has elapsed on his run. Trying to make this first transition on the swivel limit. All the way around and able to stick it. So now we'll transition to the next of, or the final of two swivel limits. The third one has no moving component, and Steele able to stick it. He almost fell into that same trap that many have before, putting all of his body weight on that smaller rock grip, but tremendous strength from that right hand to support. We'll now have to transition to this third and final. Actually, I like to skip it all together, but slips off. Does get the touch point on the swivel limit, but that's not nearly enough to be world champion. That will end his run. So a tremendous job to get here in its entirety. Now, Tanner McKenna.
Down to our final four
Out
to determine whether anyone can oversee our current world champion.
The Steel City Ninja. Coached by Coach Scott. Coach Scott has had a good amount of time to look at this course, has had a few of his athletes take on this course. So he knows what makes this course tick. What could cause issues. I'll start to work his way up. Grabs it ahead of time when I'll start swinging back and forth. Grabs it. All these staples, very high grip. We'll go from one to the next. McKenna wants himself to be our new world champion. Immediately staticking through those trapeze bars, and will now try to pop out this first mic drop. McKenna struggling on the first time, gets it on the second time of asking. Now trying to get the second one. He's really struggled on those mic drops. Now we'll get it. Able to wrap that leg around to sit down. 55 seconds. Now a minute. Minute 5 taking his full amount of time to rest. Now it drops in. So McKenna not really focusing on speed. He's focusing on completion. He would have to find some superhuman pace if he wants to catch Ovid by speed at this juncture. So now he would have to be the first person to complete the course if he wants to be world champion. He actually goes quickly through these swivel limits, but just slips off, unable to stick it, and that will end his bid to be world champion. Now Elliot Schillefeld from Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
Trains at the Gravity Forge.
Will be coached by Coach Jackson. Get ready.
Trying to follow in his coach's footsteps and claim the title of world champion. To do so,
Yeah, as
I
long
need
as
to get to the final obstacle and do
Nice.
it in a place and do it in a time quicker than Roy Ovid.
I was trying my best to not mention other world champions, but it's fine. Now through this chain link.
Well, when it's a
Immediately-
chance to get two from the same gym.
Yeah, but it's just like, let's keep the focus on the runners at hand. Now on this first trapeze, second. I'm looking at it ahead of time. Pulls out that first mic drop ahead of, actually fully transitioning to it. Now we'll pull it all the way out. Elliott having no signs of struggle on the mic drop. Plenty of time. Now fully wrap around. Like to take chalk here. Elliott knows that with his current time kind of predicament and not immediately going into the solo limit, it's kind of completion that is going to be the only thing that will decide this for him. Oved's time of nearly sub 2 minutes to get through 7 out of 8. A tall task. Oved did fail on the final obstacle, so you can put yourself ahead of him by doing what he couldn't. So Elliott will now elect to use that vertical limit grip. Transitions into this much more steady, much nicer variation. It's a bit tougher on that right hand. Now left hand. Has full faith in his grip strength to get him through this. Now that final real tough transition board, but able to get there nicely. Immediately grabs onto the Iron Summit. It will begin quickly. Minute 45, so don't know if he'll get there as Shematov's and Pasha's runs have been confirmed. Under that yellow video review box, so we'll have that done. Now Elliott. 2 minutes and 5 seconds elapsed, so he's already behind Oved after he completed the cliffhanger. Now really struggling with this Iron Summit. He's going to have to reposition himself, readjust. He's going to get chalk here now. Didn't really trust the kind of slipping of his hands. Get a little bit more support. Now, Elliott looking like he's going to go immediately for this jump. Beautifully does, just barely clips the ground, and that will end his bid to be world champion. Slots into 14th place overall. Now, Joseph St. Pierre from Brantford, Connecticut, is the New England All-Star champion this year. Tied for first in regular season points, and looks to punctuate his regular season with a postseason win here in the World Championships. Now, you can tell pace really being ramped up here by St. Pierre. He knows that speed has been a factor for the last two runners, that they were forced into completion. St. Pierre doesn't want that. to happen to him, so he's going to ramp up the pace. 25 seconds, and he's already through the mic drops. No wasted movements. Doesn't elect to take the time to rest. Gets
2:08 the time to beat.
Gets that correct positioning on those hands, trying to lift it up, gets it. And now that full transition to that second swivel. Does, you can tell, not really resting. Use that vertical limit grip. Both hands, gets that right hand in position. Smoothly having to lift it up, so not as smooth as he would have liked, but still very quick. You can tell no rest here. Immediately grabbing that far rock hold. Forced to retreat back. Didn't have the correct grip. Well, now transition with his right hand instead, and now will slip off, and that will end his run. Unfortunate to see there. Now Tyler Bowers, our final runner in our bid to be world champion. Roy Oved, as I spin around looking for him, I think he's in the crowd watching. I doubt he's not watching this run taking place, as it's now the final runner that's in between him and being world champion. Now he's Bowers from Portland, Oregon. We've seen previously, and just going based off what I've called, Jackson Arados did it at the final time of asking as the final runner to take first place in the teen female division. Apologies, the name is slipping my mind, but the final runner, if I'm not mistaken, did punctuate that one and won it. So Bowers looking to do the same. Immediately links off the second. Now start on these chain links. Knowing that he doesn't have time on his favor, he's got to have to find it. He's got to limit his breaks.
The same also happened in the kids' female division.
Now going in between, grabbing ahead of time. We'll be able to pull this mic drop out. 30 seconds. We'll get to it. See, Bowers knows his coach offered up the chalk, but he knows that the time not on his side. 2 minutes, 8 seconds is the time he has to complete the cliffhanger if he wants to be world champion.
Just hit 45 seconds.
Still lots of time, and now we'll have to get through the swivel limit. The swivel limit that's claimed so many that have been ahead of him directly. It's that very safe grip. You can see not really taking any of those safer shortcuts. Now look at this third transition board that's tripped up so many. Bowers not one of them. Bowers would love to take this championship home to Oregon. Keep it in the States. Now Bowers grabbing onto that second peg will completely start this Iron Summit. Able to slot it into that third peg. Reaching behind, getting that fourth one. Trying to secure it. Can't. Struggling, but finds it. We'll probably go for this skip. And with time winding down, he actually goes for that safer route. Said with time winding down about a minute 50, we have 18 seconds to complete the cliffhanger. So will he go for it immediately? He'll chalk up, looks at the time, and knows that completing this cliffhanger in 10 seconds is unrealistic, but he's still going to go for it anyways. So Roy Oved by speed will have the world championship. But Bowers can best him if he completes the course. No one has completed this course thus far. Now, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. See, flexing those hands, trying to get a little bit more into him.
Clear the only way for Tyler Bowers to lift the world title, as you all know.
2 minutes and 30 seconds, but time not a factor anymore. Getting ready for this first hop. Sticks it. We'll have to reach around blindly. Finds it. And he's already looking ahead to the next jump. Swinging back and forth. Well, we see our second one. Oved skipped this one entirely. Goes for it, but slips off. And that will end Bowers' run to be world champion. He'll slot into fourth place. Good enough for third on the podium. That will end it. As you can see, Roy Oved, your brand new preteen world champion. Yuri Shemetov will take second place. And Bowers' run is good enough for third. You can see the rest of the top 15. That will end the preteen male festivities. Once again, look at our podium now. Roy Oved Ari Shemetov will lock out the top two. And Tyler Bauer sneaks into third in our podium positions. So that will end it off here. So from Lucas Harrison and Thomas Hughes, we must see you all next time. Still a lot more action to go on. We'll have the, if I'm not mistaken, Masters Males happening on stage 3 tall later on. So you can tune into that. Listen to me, because I'll probably be doing that most likely. So we'll see you all next time.